Boom. How's everyone doing? Ah, so I saw there was a bunch of questions in the chat about how I'm doing. I'm still recovering. I um, I was out and about, did a bunch of traveling, and that sort of beats down your immune system. So I managed to get a flu, and because my immune system was not spectacular, it managed to move into my lungs, and yeah, that was not a lot of fun. So I'm still recovering from that. I'm still uh, still having some trouble and all of that. But I think I'm doing all right. Some people were asking, "Hey, is this COVID?" And no, it's not. Nothing to worry about there. I'm just sort of recovering. I think I'm sort of over it. It's just a matter of clearing out all of that. So I hope everyone's doing well. And hopefully everyone's got something pleasant to drink, whether or not that's booze or not. I've just got a cola here because I am, you know, taking it a little easy because, yeah, it's that's just sort of how things go. So it should be a good night tonight. There's a bunch of things I want to catch up on. Um, we're just trying to see where that goes because there's a whole bunch of stories. I've got a story of having been pickpocketed on the London the tube there. So we're going to go over that one. I've also got a letter that people want me to open up. So there's a whole lot of things I want to talk about there and discuss. And if I ever need to sort of clear my throat or anything, I'll try to remember to hit the mute button because, yeah. All right. Where do I want to start? Well, I kind of want to start with a case that's got something. People are talking about a case from law school because of a thing that happened on Twitter, which I guess is now called X, but I'm still going to call it Twitter because, like, if I go with X, then that just sounds weird. All right, so that is this one. So, Musk X to pay legal bills people unfairly treated for posting on the platform. So, now, so what happened here is that Elon Musk posted on Twitter. He said the following. He said, "If you were unfairly treated by your employer due to posting or liking something on this platform, we will fund your legal bills." And then he also added that there were no restrictions on how much. So it's just we will fund it an unlimited amount, which is crazy because litigation can cost insane amounts. And they also responded and said, and we won't just sue, it'll be extremely loud and we'll go after the boards of directors of the companies too. Well, that is kind of a crazy thought there because employers don't really have to keep you employed in most places, at least in North America, and can fire you for expressing views online and expressing, thoughts, especially ones that might end up connecting back to the company. Like if your profile says I work, or worse, I'm an executive at, wherever, then and then you post something really racist or whatever, then they don't have to keep you. Especially if you've got situations where you are like a celebrity or a name. This is, one of those things where if you've got, let's say you are being hired in part, as an endorsement or the like, then that, that's sort of a key thing. So I don't really know how this is supposed to work. But he said that he's going to fund, and I suspect that the problem is that they're actually seeing a lot of people who are still getting fired over stuff they tweet or stuff they like. There was some sort of, I think it was a NASCAR driver who was booted as a result of liking a tweet. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll have to see sort of what comes of this one. But the reason why I thought this one was really interesting is it's got some lawyers talking about a really, really old case. And when I say a really, really old case, I mean like, early law school old. So that is this one. Carlyle and Carbolic Smoke Company. So what happened in Carlyle and Carbolic Smokeball, which everybody just calls Carbolic Smokeball, is that this was a case about medical quackery. And what I mean by that is that back in the day, they used to sell all sorts of medications that were of dubious value. For instance, you used to be able to buy things like, radium water to cure what ails you. Well, unless what ails you is a insufficiency of radiation, radium water is not going to help you. There were all sorts of medications and patent medicines and so forth that were often things like just opium was a popular thing to include, but a lot of them were just kind of crazy stuff. So one of those examples is this. This was an advertisement that was posted. And the reason why this one was posted is because people were terrified of influenza. And you might be saying, why were they terrified of influenza? Well, influenza does actually kill a number of people. Like, still, influenza kills a lot of people. And at the time, there wasn't really a whole lot of treatment for influenza. In fact, most people didn't even have access to a doctor. If you were, if you got sick, typically what you'd have to do is just kind of tough it out, which isn't great if you are in a situation where you're dying of the flu, which happened. So people were really, really worried about this. And in the wake of that, you get this company, the Carbolic Smokeball Company. So Carbolic Smokeball said that they will positively cure coughs. Whoops. I'm just trying to get it zoomed in here. Coughs, cold in the head, cold on the chest, cataract, asthma, bronchitis, hoarseness, loss of voice, sore throat, throat deafness. I don't know what throat deafness is. Snoring, sore eyes, influenza, hay fever, headache, croup, whooping cough, and neuralgia. So lots of stuff that they said that this would cure. Now, how did the Carbolic smoke ball work? Well, it was a tiny rubber ball with like a little nozzle on it, and it was full of very fine powder. So the very fine powder was made of carbolic acid. Now, if you're wondering what carbolic acid is, nowadays we might use it to clean surfaces. So it's an industrial cleaner, basically. It is poison, is what it comes down to. Now, they said that using the Carbolic smoke ball 3 times a day would absolutely prevent getting the flu. And they said that they were so sure about this that they would give you 100 pounds if you used it as directed 3 times a day, and then you still got the flu. They also went so far as to say that they had 1,000 pounds deposited in trust, ready to go for paying out any of these claims. So Then enter Ms. Carlyle. Carlyle was there, and Carlyle said, hey, I used this 3 times a day, and I got the flu. So I want my 100 pounds. Now, keep in mind, adjusted for inflation, 100 pounds ends up being about $2,000 now. So you can see why you'd want that money, right? You can see why you'd actually want that cash. And so she proceeds, and she sends a letter and says, I want this money. And he says, no, you can't have it because you are required to do this carbolic smokeball inhalation in my office under my supervision in order to collect the 100 pounds, which is not mentioned in this ad, by the way. So she said, yeah, that's some BS. I want this money. And so she sued. And the notion is that this advertisement formed a contract. And at the time, the law said basically that is not a thing that happens. But because of this case, that ended up changing. And they determined that it was possible to create a contract with the world by making this kind of offer. So, for example, let's say I sell my hot sauce, and I put it as an advertisement, and this is not what I'm doing today. This is an example. It's not an offer. But, if you said, hey, if you can drink an entire bottle of this hot sauce, I will pay you $1,000. And again, that's not an offer. It's an example here. Well, if I put that out in advertisements and somebody bought a bottle of hot sauce and drank the entire bottle, then they'd be able to claim that $1,000 from me. And I don't want that. So, what is it? And mentally disturbed llama. I'd like to be on there more often. I meant to sort of do more engagement there, and then I had to travel and got sick and so forth. So, she ends up with this, issue, but she ends up getting paid. She ends up making the money. And so the interesting thing will be whether or not Elon Musk is now creating a contract with the world to use, for these legal services, which is potentially a problem because it's a contract with potentially unlimited liability. So, yeah. All right. So this is, I think, a really interesting thing. We might actually expect to see a bunch of litigation around this, and it'll be fun. Now, there's a good question. Wasn't there a plane that was meant to be given away for Coke or something? That you're talking about the Pepsi company. Pepsi did an advertisement where they said if you collected enough bottle caps, I think it was that that it would be a what do you call it? That they would give you a Harrier jet. That was the joke. And what the court said is that was obviously a joke, so you can't actually get the Harrier jet. Yeah. I should cover that case at some point, but yeah, they it was clearly a joke. Now, the court could have ruled that it wasn't, and that would have changed advertising in a big way because you would have had to have less of a sense of humor. So, that's just sort of a key point there. All right. Now, there's a whole bunch of other stuff I wanted to talk about. Yeah. They had a whole catalog full of stuff that you could get. And yeah, the Harrier jet was a joke. Elon Musk, I don't think, I don't think he's trying to joke about this. It doesn't look like. I've also got a question for you guys. So, I know a lot of people have covered the MrBeast lawsuit, but I'm wondering, for the MrBeast lawsuit, did they cover the countersuit? Did any of the people that you were watching cover the cover like the countersuit on all of that. I'm just curious because I think it's interesting that there is that countersuit, and yeah. But so we'll get to that. Yeah, he got countersued. We will cover that today. So there is what is it? MrBeast sued, but MrBeast is also being sued, and there's some interesting aspects on that. All right. There's some other stuff I wanted to cover here, but let's pull that up. Give me a second here. So this is an interesting. We'll get to the MrBeast thing, but I wanted to cover this one. This is an interesting case around weapons law. And so this one just came out, and this is out of Hawaii. So this is a case about butterfly knives. Oh, and I'm being told I got to swoop. So 1 second, we are going to swoop. Where did I put the swoops? And that was the wrong swoop, but good enough. All right, so let's have a look at this one. Basically, what happened is there were butterfly knives, and people wanted to get these butterfly knives because they did. Now, what is a butterfly knife? Well, it's basically just a kind of knife that has sort of two weighted handles that you can flip open. They're not super fancy. They're not super anything, but they're banned in lots of places, and partially because they showed up in a lot of 80s movies. And yes, they are properly called a balisong, but they showed up in a lot of like 80s movies and 90s movies as basically just like things that gangsters were using. So lots of people banned them, but they're not actually any more dangerous than an ordinary knife. They're just banned in lots of places. So what happened here is that plaintiffs actually said, listen, we want to buy a butterfly knife, and we are going to sue Hawaii to strike down their ban on butterfly knives. Now, the other thing people use butterfly knives for is a lot of demonstrations, and there's kind of a martial art around sort of flipping these things and so forth. They're not spring assisted or anything like that. They're just a gravity style knife. And so what they said was, hey, we want to get these butterfly knives, and we want to get them under, we think that this is covered by the Second Amendment. So part of the argument here is that bladed weapons facially constitute arms within the meaning of the Second Amendment, and contemporaneous sources confirm that at the time of the adoption of the Second Amendment, the term arms was understood as generally extended to blading weapons and, by necessity, butterfly knives. The Constitution, therefore, presumptively guarantees keeping and bearing such instruments for self-defense. Now, there is some really interesting things to break down here. First of all, at the time of like the authorship of the U.S. Constitution, swords and bayonets were very much considered part of military weaponry and were, in active use. You can still get like bayonets and so forth, but I don't think there's a lot of bayonet charges in a while. So obviously they would have thought that knives and swords and that kind of thing were part of military armaments. But the other thing I want to emphasize here is when you hear, whenever you hear people who are anti-Second Amendment, and they say, listen, we want to hold you to the weapons of the time. Well, they also want to ban things like butterfly knives, which would have been clearly considered arms at the time of the Second Amendment was written. So, yeah. They basically say the panel has held that Hawaii failed to prove that the section was consistent with this nation's historical tradition of regulating weapons. The majority of the historical statutes cited by Hawaii did not ban the possession of knives, but rather regulated how they were carried and concerned knives that were distinct from butterfly knives, which are more analogous to ordinary pocket knives. In fact, a butterfly knife is pretty similar to a modern, pocket knife. So, yeah, basically the court said, hey, listen, we're going to throw out this ban, because fundamentally these things are just considered within the sphere of arms. They note that the balisong has been used by Americans since the early 18th century at the very latest, and it's basically just like a pocket knife, other than the fact that you can sort of flip it open. They say with a few short, quick movements, an experienced user can open a butterfly knife with one hand. Of course, with a modern knife, you can do the same thing, right? I mean, this is not super hard. I'm going to say I can open and close this pretty fast, and that's just with a thumb stud. I don't know that this is any slower than a butterfly knife. So, yeah. So, I think this is a really interesting case. Bruin, which is the most recent sort of major impact on Second Amendment law, is starting to have a whole lot of different effects. And one of them is that, at least in the US, they're starting to strike down some of these idiotic restrictions against, random objects. Butterfly knives are not really super dangerous as compared to an ordinary knife. They're just about the same as other folding knives. Now, there is an interesting sort of aspect here, and I'm just going to note here. So Hawaii presented some arguments to the contrary. And they said, first, Hawaii argues that only ordinary law-abiding adult citizens are included among the people referenced in the Second Amendment's plain text. From there, it argues that banning weapons associated with criminals, such as in Hawaii's view, butterfly knives, should not violate the Second Amendment. Now, I just want to stop and say, hey, let's think about this one. Once you ban a weapon, then it's going to be associated with criminals, because if it's banned, then the only people who are going to possess that knife are criminals, because everyone else will just buy, something like this. But that just basically says, because we banned it, it needs to stay banned. That's a terrible argument. There's plenty of things out there that if they were legal for everybody, lots more people would do. And I'll give an example here. Marijuana is now legal in Canada. You can buy it in a little package like this. And back in the day, you could say that marijuana use is associated heavily with criminals because, in fact, having marijuana made you a criminal by definition. Whereas now, having marijuana does not necessarily make you a criminal by definition. It just makes you a person who went to the store. So, yeah. They note here, this argument fails because Hawaii's ban is not limited to criminals. It would be one thing that the court says it'll be one thing if Hawaii said, listen, you can't have a butterfly knife if you are a person with a record, right? If you are a person with a criminal record. But they don't say that. They say anybody who wants a butterfly knife is barred from having one. So, second, we similarly reject Hawaii's argument that the purported dangerous and unusual nature of butterfly knives means that they are not arms as that term is used in the Second Amendment. Now, I'm just going to say a butterfly knife is far less dangerous than a handgun. And Bruin quite clearly says that a handgun is within arms. So if a handgun is sufficiently, okay because it's not ridiculously dangerous, well, yeah, I would much rather get robbed by somebody with a butterfly knife than with a handgun. Yeah. Sorry, folks. I do still have a cough, but yeah. The second thing is that arms, by definition, have been dangerous throughout history. That's kind of the point. And in fact, arms have often included unusual weapons. Plenty of weapons there have been dangerous or unusual. And in fact, like the first semi-automatic firearm was an unusual firearm. Hell, the first breech-loading firearm was an unusual weapon right up until it became a usual weapon. This is just how this goes. So they note here some state courts before Heller excluded many types of bladed weapons from the arms protected by the Second Amendment on the ground that they assertedly were not suited for military use. That reasoning is now squarely foreclosed by Heller, explicitly rejecting the view that the arms protected by the Second Amendment are limited to those specifically designed for military use or employed in a military capacity. Moreover, in oral argument, Hawaii's counsel conceded that knives in general can qualify as arms. Cool. So, yeah. It did not say that dangerous and unusual weapons are not arms. Thus, whether butterfly knives are dangerous and unusual is a contention as to which Hawaii bears the burden of proof in the second prong of the Bruin analysis. So they're going to lose on that one. I see somebody saying, I bet you could use a neti pot right now. That is true. They note here, the record does not support a conclusion that the butterfly knife has uniquely dangerous propensities. The butterfly knife is simply a pocket knife with an extra rotating handle. The ability of an experienced user to expose the blade with one hand is not the sort of astonishing innovation that could not have been within the contemplation of the constitutional drafters. Again, one-handed opening is pretty common now for knives. It's, in fact, pretty expected. And there's good reasons. Like, sometimes people are like, why do you need a knife that opens one-handed if you are not a criminal? Well, I did a video talking about this, but there's all sorts of good reasons. One of them is I might be doing something with my, with one hand and wanting to do something else with the other. Like, let's say I am working on a project and, so I've got an object here that I'm working on, and I reach out to grab a tool, the knife, and then I just want to be able to open it and not have to set my project down, open the knife, pick up the project, and get back to working on it. That makes sense, right? Another example, I might be on a ladder. And so if I'm gripping onto a ladder and I reach into my pocket and pull out the knife, I don't want to have to fumble around and maybe fall off the ladder. I don't like falling off ladders, especially if that ladder is like 40 feet in the air. Let's say I just brought in a fish. Somebody gave the example of a fish. You bring in the fish and you want to dispatch the fish. It's really nice to be able to just reach over and, pull out your knife. Here's another example that people don't really think about. What if you only have one hand? Like, you lose one arm in an accident, or you're just not, you're born without it. So then it's really handy to be able to, sorry about that, open the knife one-handed because, yeah. I see somebody saying you have to brain your fish with a stick with nails in it in California. That is weird. But butterfly knives are not a super dangerous thing. The other thing is that Hawaii's Public Defender Office presented testimony that butterfly knives are an integral part of the Filipino martial art called eskrima. And so an eskrima instructor testified to teaching the use of the balazong in martial arts for over a decade. So I'm just going to note here that martial arts are part of the cultural heritage of various countries. Like if you think of Japan or China, they are real proud of their martial arts. Real proud. So why you would just say, hey, you get this sort of racist aspect when they're restricting that. Hey, Rob.
Hey, buddy.
People asking when I'm opening the letter. I'm like, first, not until Rob gets here. And second, we'll wait a little bit because I don't know what's in it. And I'm worried it might be spicy time. Because if he's really mad, it might be a spicy time letter. And I don't know. For the background, for people who don't know what this letter is about, if you remember the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, I watched that. I did some coverage of it and so forth. And Mr. Sykes, who was representing Terry Sanderson, who was suing Gwyneth Paltrow, he ran that trial while he was dealing with some fairly serious sinus trouble. And I can empathize because right now I'm running a flu and it makes everything suck. So good for him being able to do that. But it was kind of annoying for those of us who were listening to it on the mics, because the mic was really good at picking up the that sinus noise. I'm not going to try to replicate it because it was real bad. But the mics were just really, really good at picking that up. So he also repeatedly used a phrase, simple country lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a simple country lawyer. So I got the idea to send him a little lighthearted joke gift, which is I sent him a neti pot that I had printed with simple country lawyer on it. And I thought that was kind of funny. Mm-hmm. Now, what I didn't expect was to get a message back. So I don't know what's in it.
Was it sent certified?
It was not sent certified.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I was like, if this is sent certified, then it might be a legal document. I don't think it's like a legal document. It might be like it might be something like a cease and desist or something like that. But yeah, I don't know what the deal is with this thing. So if it's an FU letter, then I am going to wait till like the spicy time, because otherwise I can't read it. But I don't know what it is. And people are saying, so not a cease and desist? It could be a cease and desist, because you don't necessarily need it's not going to be something like a lawsuit starting letter, but yeah. All right. And somebody's saying, how about a poll on what the letter is? I already did a poll. There is a poll there. So I don't know. I mean, this might be, it might be a thank you. It might be, hey, I saw your coverage and go to hell. Because we were critical of just about every lawyer that appeared there. I think the only lawyer, nobody had any, any shade at was James.
Yeah,
Clark
James.
Kent.
We like James.
Delightful. That said, I liked Sykes a lot better than I liked what's his name?
Mr. I can't remember what an opening statement is.
Mr. My wife told me to not do the dollar
thing. Yeah, that one. That one. What's his name?
Owens, I think.
Yes, it was Owens. Yep, Owens.
yeah, I mean, he just got on my nerves.
God, a lot of people's nerves.
And yeah, so yeah, that's sort of the plan for the letter. And I know people are saying, hey, you're a tease. I just don't want to I don't want to end up opening it and then not being able to quote it until later in the stream, because then people would really be upset with that.
If there's F-bombs in that thing,
I don't know.
I will die in happiness. I will
That's the
keel
thing
over in this shop in joy.
I kind of feel like it's not his style. And I'll give him props. I mean, he had a really tough client to manage. And also, he did a really, what do you call it? He did a good job at keeping Sanderson from like destroying himself in the media afterwards by coming out and being like, "It is time to go now, sir," because Sanderson wanted to say a lot more than all of that. So I was just going over this case out of Hawaii that says that butterfly knives are covered by the Second Amendment. Did you see that one?
I did not, but I can see the logic of why they would be.
Yeah, it's basically saying that butterfly knives are a kind of arm because, they're a knife, and blades were known to be arms back at the Second Amendment days. And yeah. Now here's an interesting part of Hawaii's argument that I want to see how the court deals with. So Hawaii argues that Section 134.53a, which is their butterfly knife ban, is analogous to a number of state statutes stretching back to 1837, which regulated Bowie knives, Arkansas toothpicks. I don't know what an Arkansas
What's
toothpick
an Arkansas
is.
toothpick?
I'm trying to find that.
Is it basically like an ice pick, just fancy?
So apparently it's a heavy dagger with a 12 to 20 inch pointed straight blade.
Wait, 12 to 20 is a pretty big variable. That's a pretty big number.
That's a big range. So that, and there's a picture of it on Wikipedia. Let me just see if I can share that. I'll take this down for a second. And so they've got a picture of what an Arkansas toothpick looks like.
Remember Arya Stark's knife or her sword needle in Game of Thrones?
I couldn't watch Game of Thrones all that far.
Oh, that's not a 12-inch blade. That's shorter.
That is shorter, but I guess it's just the shape. But this just seems to me like a pretty bog standard knife. Like this is pretty ordinary. So I don't know why that got called out for special bans. Other than like bans are dumb, but
the scarier looking the object, the more people want to ban it.
Yep, there's a lot to be said about that.
Like looks scary, therefore we're going to ban it.
So, they also go on to talk about slung shots. Is that a slingshot or is that something else? Metal knuckles, sword canes, and other so-called deadly weapons. All of which now I'm just like sword canes. What is the concern here? Like 17th century, Victorian criminals?
I don't know, but that makes me think of the movie Bullet Train. Great movie, by the way. If you haven't watched it, which you probably haven't.
I have not.
Fantastic movie. Brad Pitt. But the dude has a cane that's a sword. It's like, look, if you are cool enough to wield a sword cane, you should just be able to have that all the time.
I mean, I'm thinking I need to buy a sword cane. You can get them.
I don't disagree with you.
Chat, should I buy a sword cane?
Yeah. Don't ask chat. You know the answer.
Fair. I'm just thinking that a sword cane is probably carried by the sort of person who says "comes now" in conversation.
Oh, come on! Don't be so disparaging.
If I ever get the funding to make that video that I talked about,
Nope.
somebody will have to have a sword cane in there.
Nope. There will be so many X's before the review of that video.
I just need to make that video just so that everyone is embarrassed by that turn of phrase, and it gets yeah. So, and they note the vast majority of the statutes did not ban the possession of knives; they regulated only their carry. But they did ban the possession of slung shots, metal knuckles, and an undefined category of deadly weapons.
Here's a random question: How else are you going to use a knife? Like, unless it's a kitchen knife, you're going to carry it. This is the part I don't understand. Like, you're going to carry it, so you're going to ban the carrying of the knife.
I've got a series. I've got a bunch of swords, and I don't typically carry them.
Fair,
right? So I mean, similarly, you've got people who might like I know people who do kendo or aido, and they might have a sharp sword, and the only time they're actually transporting it is like to or from training or practice, and not like down the street. So somebody's saying, have I looked into that sword axe any further? I did. They are backlogged for like months. So I can't get one. I have no idea if they're even still making them. But yeah, so I thought this was a really interesting one. They banned the sale of Bowie knives, Arkansas toothpicks, dirks, or daggers.
Can you stop calling them Bowie? Bowie.
No.
Like Bowie. Bowie.
Bowie?
Bowie knives. Bowie knives is how we call them. Bowie knives.
Bowie knives? Okay. Fair enough.
It's cooler to be stabbed by a Bowie knife than it is to be stabbed by a Bowie knife. This is my Bowie knife.
Fair. So yeah, I mean, they struck that down. I expect we're going to start seeing more lawsuits against more different
objects,
more different of like, brass knuckles. Like, why do we ban these? That kind of thing.
I imagine that you're going to see people expanding arguments for why you can't ban them.
Oh, absolutely, because ultimately, brass knuckles have been used as combat arms. If you look at what a trench knife is brass knuckles plus a knife. And in fact, a trench knife is banned in Canada, not because of the knife part, but because you might punch someone with it.
Random aside, do you know what a trench gun is?
Vaguely. You mean like shotguns used for...
Yes, in World War II.
Yeah.
Where you could impact fire. Like, yep. So where you would load through, what am I trying to say? When you would cock it, my brain's not functioning properly, but it's essentially, if it's a pump action shotgun, right? As you would pump a new round in, if the trigger was depressed, it would fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very effective weapon. Very effective weapon.
The other fun thing, and I say fun, there's actually a number of shotguns that can still do that. It's just generally they're designed not to, as a safety feature. But there are weapons that have like designs that if you press them into something, they will fire. Mm-hmm. Now, the modern use for that is shark guns. So they will make sticks to like that you press up into a shark.
Yeah. Or agricultural, they will use bolt guns. They'll use the impact bolt gun.
Yeah. And those things are entertaining as well. I've been thinking of buying one.
Also, one of the most humane ways to
Dispatch animals.
Yes.
Yeah.
People don't realize that, but they are the most humane way to dispatch an animal.
I'm tempted to buy one simply because they're specifically put it as an exception in our firearm laws.
Of course they are.
So, also trank guns. I kind of want to get one of those.
Well, when you do, sign me up for number 2. If they give you a discount.
I don't think they do discounts, and they're actually surprisingly expensive.
Why is that a surprise?
I mean, I'm surprised because they're like, when you look at them, they don't seem like they're all that that they'd be all that expensive, but they're actually fairly costly if you want to get a good one. So I'm kind of thinking I want to get that. Also, the chat says that they thought I said shark gun. No, shark.
Shark. Shark. Like shark infested waters.
I think they're called power heads. They're basically designed that they're like a little tiny a tiny gun that has a bullet and a firing mechanism, and it only works when you shove it into something.
Yes. Think about the impact pressure of a trigger. If that trigger was not on your finger but was instead on a spring-loaded tip to the muzzle, if you were to depress that tip into the object, it would fire. That is the firing. That's the firing mechanism. Yeah. Right? That's what it is, right?
Yeah. Basically, they have just like a blunt thing that that the primer sits on, and then when it gets rammed up against something hard, it fires. So, yeah. All right. So yeah, that's this fun case. So apparently a slung shot is described as a rope with a big knot at the end with a weight in the middle of the knot. You can buy those now. They're just like, they're basically just an equivalent of like a sock with a brick in it. So, yeah. So anyway, this case I think is really interesting. They've basically said, we determined that this section does violate the Second Amendment. And as I said, I want to see more cases about like slung shots and so forth. So that should be interesting. Apparently it has maritime origins. Usually when they sell those things, they're they use a particular kind of knot called a monkey's fist knot.
Yep.
And yeah, it's a maritime knot. So that doesn't surprise me all that much. To be fair, most knots are maritime knots. So now you went over the MrBeast case when on your stream, yes?
No, I did not do that one. I actually held off on that one. Do you have that one pulled up? Because I know nothing about that case.
Oh, this is a fun case because the one thing everyone has missed covering is the countersuit, because MrBeast is also getting sued, and I think I have to swoop. Zora getting up and being like, "Oh, he's filming. I gotta go. I'm not interested." So,
Ethernet cables to eat. Ethernet cables to eat.
It's funny. I had some friends over, and one of them had seen the that "Get Ready With Me" video.
I'm working on mine, by the way. My rebuttal.
I want to see it.
It's gonna be good.
But a bunch of others hadn't seen it, and so that got passed around. And some of them I was having to explain, like, "Hey, what the what, like, hey, here's the background on this." So So apparently, what is it? EDB apparently may have covered it today, or so. All right, let's start with the original suit because there's a couple of, there's some interesting things here. So the background is MrBeast is the YouTuber, like of all
Literally.
the
Yeah.
YouTubers out there. He is, I think, the biggest of them. And he makes millions of dollars. He gives away millions of dollars, but he makes even more millions. And he makes a ton of money.
But
But
everyone
one of the
hates
things
him.
he
Why do people hate him? I don't understand this part. Why do people hate that man?
If you make tons of money, people will hate you. I haven't found anything really hateable about the guy. I haven't. And I might really like to, right? There's all sorts of things where you hear like, what was it? PewDiePie, who, made various comments that were like, whoa, dude. I haven't heard of MrBeast doing anything like that. He seems to just be a pretty decent dude. Whenever I hear about him doing something, it's like, hey, I flew a random guy across the world to like go buy me a box of donuts in some other country, and I paid him like 50 grand to do it. And I'm like, that's just kind of awesome. I saw some people saying, I wish Beast had promoted Corey. There was some background on that, and I don't blame MrBeast on that one. He got some bad information from, at least from the information I got, he got some bad information from a bad person that might have warned him off. So I can't blame MrBeast. But yeah. And I see people saying, I don't hate him. I just don't like his videos. Yeah, I don't like his videos either. I don't watch him. I don't watch him, but I don't have to. And I'm just going to say, like, I am 43. I do not have my finger on the pulse of what is new and hip by any stretch.
Oh, Ian, you're hip. Don't disparage yourself like that. Don't disparage yourself like that.
Yeah,
you're hip. You're cool.
Oh God, now I feel like this is a what do you call it? Now I feel like this is a how do you do, fellow children kind of thing.
Oh no, we don't do that.
So, I mean, but one of the things he decided to do was he got started doing MrBeast burgers. So I've actually seen these for sale here in Canada.
I've eaten
part
them.
of his lawsuit.
I have eaten them. They're delicious.
I have not eaten them. I've seen them for sale on like Skip the Dishes and so forth, but I've never actually ordered one. So he gets in now. MrBeast is not a cook that I know of, right? He's not a chef.
No.
So he just went into a partnership with somebody else to make these. So that's where this comes from, because he does not like this deal. And the reason why he doesn't like this deal is because he thinks that the product sucks. So, and both the suit and the countersuit use a little bit of overwrought language here. So, nature of the action. When Joe DiMaggio was asked why he hustled on every play of every game.
Joe DiMaggio?
Yeah, that's how it starts out.
Oh, okay, go on.
He responded that there's always a kid who may be seeing me for the first time. I owe him my best. This encapsulates the philosophy that one of the most accomplished and prolific online content creators, Jimmy Donaldson, aka MrBeast, brings to everything he does, from his global YouTube channels to his other business ventures. It is the reason that MrBeast is one of the most recognizable and valuable brands in the world. I'm just like, sir, slow your roll a little bit.
You compare yourself to Joe DiMaggio.
Yeah, I'm just like, you are not Joe DiMaggio. He actually probably has more money than Joe DiMaggio ever did, but that's another story. But regardless, it's still like, that's the kind of comparison that you let other people make about you, that you don't make yourself. All right. So, MrBeast's YouTube channel, which has over 172 million subscribers, ranks as the third most subscribed channel on the platform, ranks number 1 overall for individual creators, and his earnings are estimated to be the highest of any social media creator. Translation: he's a badass. However, it is his philanthropy which sets him apart from other social media superstars. Named by Time magazine as one of the world's 100 most influential people in 2023, MrBeast has used his online platform to raise tens of millions of dollars for charitable causes, donate over 6 million pounds of food through his nonprofit organization, Beast Philanthropy. That's a weird name, Beast Philanthropy. And help countless individuals and small businesses in need. Now, I'm just going to stop here and say his philanthropy is part of his brand. Like, it's part of one of the things that that gets him more viewers. But at the same time, it doesn't have to be. Like, he might have just been like, there's plenty of people who have channels that don't do any philanthropy or don't do any of this kind of thing, right? There's plenty of channels where their whole thing is like, we play pranks on random people and make life worse for random people. MrBeast plays pranks on people, and they're typically like, hey, I've given you your eyesight back. Which is, pranks go as a pretty cool prank. Like, hey, you were blind and now you can see. That's the kind of prank that they attributed to Jesus. So, yeah. And somebody has a good point here. Well, it is his lawyer making the comparison. EDB pointed out that MrBeast probably doesn't know who Joe DiMaggio is. That's fair. Yeah. So in 2020, the global COVID 2019 pandemic crippled huge swaths of the economy. Why does everything have to mention the pandemic for not necessarily any reason? So while small businesses across industries were feeling the brunt of the pandemic, the restaurant industry in particular faced a sudden threat to its very existence: the inability to service customers in brick and mortar locations. At the same time, MrBeast was planning to launch a new business that would be entirely aligned with his philanthropic mission, in that could help thousands of restaurants bring in revenue during the pandemic that they would not otherwise have been able to do. I don't know. I don't know if the the spin of this as being like a charity, I'm helping out these businesses by, like, sometimes you want your lawyer to slow the hell down, and I think this is one of those cases. I think that the lawyer's going a little too far and maybe losing the plot here in ways that, if I'm the court, I'd be like, yeah. So, yeah. So specifically in 2020, MrBeast contracted with Virtual Dining Concepts to launch and run a virtual dining brand called MrBeast Burger. Virtual dining is a weird thing. The goal of the business was simple: relying entirely on the strength of MrBeast's brand. The business would create a virtual restaurant with a selection of MrBeast branded food items, but would then partner with existing restaurants who would prepare those items and share in a significant portion of the revenue from their sales. The business model would not compete with its partner restaurants, but would instead generate significant additional revenue for them that did not require brick and mortar service. Now, I'm just sitting here thinking, is this additional revenue? Like, are people eating MrBeast burgers more than they were eating burgers otherwise? I don't know. So the menu items can only be ordered online or through food delivery applications.
You're nice.
I got a new multi-tool.
I know, I can hear it.
I'm putting it away. Because quality and fan customer satisfaction are paramount above all else, he expected that his fans would be the recipient of excellent customer service and a superior branded food product. Now, I'm just going to say, this is something that is a big concern. This is why I have not done a lot of merch. Because every time I start trying to do merch, I then go and order some of the merch for myself. And when I get it, I'm like, oh, this is crap. I don't want to sell this. So, like I bought some glasses, and the print on them washed off even hand washing them. So I took them down because I was just like, I wouldn't want to buy this. I wouldn't be happy if I bought this, so I don't want to sell it to anyone else. And I'm just going to say, like, I spent a bunch on getting this hot sauce done. If I had gotten this hot sauce and tried it and it was gross, I would not sell it. I would just eat the loss because I don't want to do that. So I get where he's coming from on this. So unfortunately, however, because virtual dining concepts was more focused on rapidly expanding the business as a way to pitch the virtual restaurant model to other celebrities for its own benefit, it was not focused on controlling the quality of the MrBeast burger customer experience and products. This is despite numerous objections by MrBeast, whose complaints about quality control fell on deaf ears. As a result, MrBeast Burger has been regarded as a misleading, poor reflection of the MrBeast brand that provides low-quality products to customers that are delivered late, in unbranded packaging, failed to include the ordered items, and in some instances were inedible. Now, I mean, I'm just going to say, some of these things are common to the virtual restaurant experience. I.e., that when you order stuff from DoorDash or Skip the Dishes or whoever else, Uber Eats or whatever else, sometimes you get, like, they're just missing things. I quite literally ordered at one point one can of Coke because the can of Coke came free with the other thing and like a meal. And all that they delivered was the can of Coke. Needless to say, that was not what I was looking for. So he wants to protect his brand, but what do they get? Customers have referred to the burgers as being disgusting, revolting, and inedible. They have claimed that it is sad MrBeast would put his name on this. MrBeast is being canceled over burgers. I'm just going to say, if that's what canceled looks like, holy shit, bring me some of that canceled. Because, like, if canceled is 172 million subscribers, I could do with some of that. Never had something so nasty. Inaccurate marketing. Orlando's worst burger. Big name, poor food. Very upsetting for the high price. And likely the worst burger I have ever had.
Ouch.
The problem is perhaps best exemplified in the following Reddit post. And the subreddit is, well, that sucks. And it says, finally ordered our first MrBeast burger and then realized after the first bite that it was mostly just raw meat. And I don't know if you can see this picture. I can hear that burger mooing.
I mean, I have a different flavor for red meat, but I mean, I would eat it and enjoy it. But I can see how the normal person would not.
No, here's the thing. I would eat it and enjoy it if I made that myself and had ground the meat myself beforehand.
Yes, correct.
Then you're talking about a rare burger. But this is something where, like, that ground beef was sitting in a, sitting out for hours.
Yep.
And, like, this I would throw out because that's just dangerous. So, yeah. One New York reviewer, echoing the sentiments of thousands, stated that MrBeast Burger was the absolute worst burger I've ever eaten in my entire life. It was like eating spoonfuls of garlic powder. Fries were soggy and ice cold. Don't waste your money. More than half of the MrBeast Burger virtual restaurants have less than 2 out of 5 stars, which is well below the median score of 4 stars across the platform. I just want to point out that when you do voting, like when you do star ratings on these things, people vote 5 unless, a lot. So unless things are really bad, they tend to vote a 5. So one father of 2 felt as though he had let his children down by ordering MrBeast burgers when he received terrible quality food in unbranded packaging that he was able to trace back to a 7-Eleven. Customers do not expect their MrBeast burger to come in a 7-Eleven bag. That is not what anyone expects from a MrBeast branded product. And I'm just going to point out, like, if you're sitting there, if you're ordering for your kids.
Remind me, is this his lawsuit or the lawsuit against him?
This is his lawsuit. So okay. This is him suing this virtual dining company because he wants out.
Okay, fair. Got
it. Equally disturbing, many customers believe that MrBeast is personally responsible for this mess, as evidenced by statements such as, "How could you do this to me, Jimmy?" All capitals. Attached as Exhibit B is a compilation of just a handful of the thousands of negative reviews that have been published online. Oh, that's some law student or some junior associate lawyer had the task of going through and reading all of these crappy reviews and compiling some of the worst ones. So, yeah. There are literally thousands of negative reviews. I mean, that's the case when you're going to sell millions of anything, but articles and comments from people who are deeply disappointed by the fact that MrBeast would put his name on this product. Because the entire business is based on the tremendous global value of the MrBeast brand, it is MrBeast himself and not Virtual Dining Concepts who has borne the brunt of the justified attacks and criticisms. MrBeast made every effort to cause Virtual Dining Concepts to fix these significant quality control problems as soon as he learned of them, but they refused and/or were incapable. As a result, the Virtual Dining Concept has caused material irreparable harm to the MrBeast brand and MrBeast reputation. Not only, and again, I would love some of that. I would love some of that material irreparable harm. Like, if that's 172 million subscribers, that
you
sign me
say
up.
That.
I mean, I could do a lot of good with that. So, yeah.
If my power goes out, it's because my power goes out.
That is fair.
Like if I just disappear from screen, it's because my power is out.
Yeah, folks. Rob is on the East Coast, and the East Coast is currently getting hammered by storms, and so there is a very real possibility that happens. Hopefully not while he's midway through using a power tool, because that's not fun.
Label maker. It's a label maker. It's battery powered. That's why I'm doing it.
Okay, so the label maker is unlikely to cause injury.
It's not going to cause catastrophic injury. I hope it doesn't. If a label maker causes, dude, that's a lawsuit. If this label maker causes me catastrophic injury, Ian, will you sue the company, please?
I don't really do that kind of lawsuit, but sure.
Okay,
I'm just like, I'm not going to hassle you about, like, where's your eye protection if you're using a label maker?
Hang on. I got it here. I can put it on to make people, because I know people are going to be upset. I'll put it on. It's a label maker. I got it. No problem.
It's like, I accidentally labeled my eyeball. It's a little tag that says eyeball.
No. That would take some skill, but no.
So let's see. What's this? They've caused material irreparable harm to the MrBeast brand and MrBeast reputation, not only through its abject failure to ameliorate its significant quality control problems with its virtual business, but also through other material breaches of the agreements with MrBeast. This is where things are going to get really interesting. By way of example, Virtual Dining Concepts repeatedly denied MrBeast his valuable approval rights by posting his name, image, and brand on social media and elsewhere without first obtaining his written approval and consent. Now, why would he need written approval and consent? Well, because he's got a brand to manage, right? And this brand is actually his, it's his everything, right? MrBeast is. So let's say they decided to come out with an advertisement that was really obnoxious, right? Let's say they came out with something that was like, MrBeast burger, eat at home so that you don't have to eat with, brackets race people. And that's the ad they want. Like,
dark.
Well, I mean, let's go with the worst case, right? He wants to be able to have that come to him so he can go, oh, hell no. No, not approving that. Whereas if they just went and posted it, then he would be very upset. So that's why he's requiring them to get approval for all of that. So in violation of their agreements, trademark law, Virtual Dining Concepts registered various trademarks throughout the world using MrBeast's name and brand without any right to do so and without his consent or knowledge. And they listed themselves as the sole owners of the trademarks.
Well, that's a problem.
That's a problem. Because at this point, So there's this kind of phenomenon in trademarks where you can have different levels of trademark protection. So as just a random example here, I have some ink that is Robert Oster's signature brand, and it's got a trademark marking on it. This is pen ink. That's all this is. I'm going to guess most people in the chat haven't heard of this. Probably the only person who has is the person who sent it to me, and they sent it to me because this particular color of ink is called Pink Squirrel. So that was a very nice gift, and I really appreciate it. It's also working out great as an example of trademark because you probably haven't heard of Pink Squirrel, like of this Robert Oster's signature brand. But I'm guessing there are a few brands that you have heard of. Coca-Cola. I'm guessing everybody here has heard of that. McDonald's. Probably heard of that. MrBeast is getting there. I think he's probably there in terms of like international recognition and, and knowledge. So you get into this thing where you can't really go squat one of these sort of super trademarks, even, so like you can't like be like, hey, I found this country that they're not doing business with. I'm going to go and start McDonald's Food Corporation. So yeah, I see people saying he's not exactly in every kitchen, but he is well known. So it looks like they're trying to pirate his trademark. That's a problem. So, and we get into a really big problem. Huge problem. To be clear, while this business has made millions of dollars, MrBeast has not received a dime. Folks, if you don't want to lose a breach of contract lawsuit, pay the monies that you are required to pay under the contract, because it is super easy to catch a breach of contract if you don't pay money that you are required to pay. And especially, like, it's one thing if there's a dispute about amount, but if it's just you don't pay anything, that's a problem. All right. So, unfortunately, due to the material irreparable harm to MrBeast's reputation and brand caused by Virtual Dining Concepts' failure to uphold its end of the parties' agreement, he has no choice but to seek inter alia a judicial declaration that he has the right to terminate the MrBeast burger business and damages from the harm caused by Virtual Dining Concept multiple material breaches of the agreements between the parties. Consistent with MrBeast's philosophy, if the MrBeast burger virtual business cannot provide the highest level of service and products to its customers, then it should not continue. So, now chat, you were steering me wrong because there were some people saying, oh, he's not seeking any money. Oh, he's only seeking to get out of this agreement. When he says he wants damages from the harm, he wants money. Like, that's what that ask is. So he is asking for money as well. So jurisdiction and venue. He says that they have jurisdiction because they're parties of different states. And also that they have an agreement that says that all proceedings shall be heard in New York, County of New York. That seems like pretty good, but this is going to be a bit of a problem for them. We'll talk about that in a moment. So the parties, plaintiff, Beast Investments. I feel like we know who the parties are here from the details. Factual allegations, we kind of went over mostly. But there are some key things there that we want to talk about. So Beast Investments, in turn, granted Virtual Dining Concepts the right to utilize MrBeast's name, image, likeness, voice, picture, and photograph, signature, biographical data, endorsements, and statements, collectively the brand attributes, to advertise, market, and promote the MrBeast Burger virtual restaurant brand and operations. So, however, they say that he had, as an essential component of the deal, that he restrained strict control over the use of the name and likeness, and therefore he retained all of his own intellectual property rights and had strict non-waivable approval rights over the use of his image and brand in connection with all facets of the business. So all of the use of the brand attributes has to be approved in writing. This is key, right? Because this is a critical portion of the deal there. All right. So they launched this. I didn't know this is how he launched it. Did you hear the story of how he launched this business? So they created a pop-up restaurant and filmed a video titled, "I opened a restaurant that pays you to eat at it."
Oh, I did. I heard part of this. Yes, I heard part of it.
So they gave away free MrBeast burgers and also handed out stacks of cash. He says also generously handed out stacks of cash. I don't think generosity had a whole lot to do with it. It was a marketing move. But they gave away free AirPods and iPads to many customers. Are they customers if they're just giving free stuff? I guess. And he gave a brand new car to a customer who got sideswiped while waiting in line for the drive-thru.
That's nice.
It must be nice to have the sort of money of like, oh, hey, that guy just got hit. Get that guy a car. Like, so
lot less litigation.
Yeah, I imagine. Over 1,000 cars were lined up for the pop-up before the pop-up even opened in the morning. And the video has gotten 156 million views. I'm not at 156 million views across all of my videos from all time. So they sold 1 million burgers in the first 3 months. That's a lot of food. I'm just trying to think of how many cows that is.
Don't think about that.
Like, that's a lot of cows. So at the time, they didn't have any celebrity collaborations that could come even close to bringing in the level of revenue that was achievable through MrBeast Burger. But they wanted to use this concept to get other celebrities to partner. So they wanted to capitalize on this, is basically what he's alleging there. Now, that's kind of interesting because, you know, you've got MrBeast on the line, and then your first thought is, who else can we line up? I'm like, where are you going to go from there? Are they trying to line up like Taylor Swift or something?
Oh, that'd be fun.
That would, but yeah, it's it'll be interesting. All right. So after their first full year in operation, they had 1,000 virtual locations, and then later 1,700. But he still hasn't been paid a dime. That's crazy. I'm just going to say, if I hadn't been paid for 2 years by somebody I partnered with to pay me, I would want to know. Going? I'd be like, where's my food? Or where's my money? Somebody's asking what do you call it? Somebody's asking me to DoorDash a MrBeast burger. Should I do that?
You can try. You can. I mean, I will say the fries that I got were delicious. The burger was pretty tasty. I'd say it's like a Five Guys style burger. Don't expect it to not be messy.
Fair. So be careful about what I do with it on stream.
It's not bad.
MrBeast Burger Canada is listed. Wow, these do look like messy burgers. Beast style burger combo.
It's not bad.
Beast.
It's pretty good.
Those are expensive burgers.
They're not. They are a little pricey.
And they're named for people. Carl and Chandler and Chris. I have no idea who these people are. Carl's Deluxe sounds like a euphemism.
Oh, doesn't have to be.
It just. All right, I'm putting in for a beast style burger combo.
Good.
Man. It's a double burger to start, and then you can pay $2 for a triple burger. What's the difference between their crinkle fries and their signature crinkle fries?
One has seasoning, I think.
All right, we'll go with signature crinkle fries. Coke. No customizations. Although I'm tempted to add bacon.
I have a question for the chat. So, I don't want to put this away yet. But I need. So that's how it's supposed to look, right? So, cartridge. And the question is, the casing that the.
You should show the chat again, but let me actually embiggen.
That's fine. You can embiggen.
So, I need to swap. There we go.
All right.
So show the chat thing again.
It's the gold casing, right? So gold ammo casing.
Yeah.
Click pen. And the question is, what do I put on the other end? Rather, what is the... Oh, I might have some cool offcuts that'll fit this. So, can I do this
and people are saying, don't forget about Mrs. Runkle with the burger order. We actually already ate. So I don't know if I can actually eat this. I'm just ordering one just to see. And I'm going to cut into it first. Because if it comes here raw, then I guess we've got some evidence for their lawsuit.
Never mind. I don't need the chat. So I'm going to use that blank.
Oh, is that like a multicolored blue acrylic, it looks like?
Blue acrylic with some gold. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Because I don't want to put these bushings away. So I'm going to do that.
That sounds good. All right, let's. Okay, how do I fix this? Nope. There we go. Like, how do I fix this? All right. So, so they say, however, while this rapid expansion might have been a useful selling point for virtual dining concepts to secure other celebrity deals, they lost sight of the most important aspect of the business, controlling the customer experience and the food products that were offered. Customers, food reviewers, and the press quickly began to call out and continue to call out in great numbers the significant problems with MrBeast Burger, commenting that the business's concept and advertising was misleading, the products were low quality, orders were consistently late, orders arrived in unbranded packaging, orders failed to include the ordered items, the website functioned improperly, and customers were denied legitimate requests for refunds. So I'm just going to note here. I am being told that this will arrive between 9:40 and 9:55 my time. It is currently 8:40 or 8:55. It is currently almost 8. So we'll have to see if it arrives on time and whether it's in its branded packaging and all of that. I have no idea why that's like a $15 burger, but like the combo itself comes out to like $20. So this had better be a really good burger and not, it also better be cooked. So we're just gonna. And some Vez is saying, you want to try it after reading this? I want to see what it looks like. I want to see whether it's, because if it's awful, then that tells us something too, right? So now it actually seems like he was fairly smart here in terms of trying to restrict the use. But yeah, they say it is MrBeast who has borne the consistent, ongoing, painful brunt of the criticisms and ridicule. He's received direct blame from disappointed customers, in addition to the prolific general condemnations about the Mr. Burger product and brand. I got to say, like, he's, as much as he's got like 172 million subscribers and all of that, like, and is a big deal, that doesn't necessarily mean that he is immune to, to just feeling bad, right? To just not liking when people call him out. Now, interestingly, DoorDash is showing me a location for where this is coming from. So I'm just trying to pull that up here. I'm going to see if I can find this on the map and see if I can make a guess as to which of these restaurants is the MrBeast thing. There's a breakfast and lunch place. I don't think that's likely to be it. There are some burger bars and so forth. I'm betting it's one of the bars. That would make sense as to who might be the ghost kitchen here. That's going to be my guess, is that it's one of the bars. So that's probably a good sign, because it could be like somebody's basement. I don't know. There's a Subway nearby. Maybe they're making it in the Subway. I mean, like the sandwich shop, not like an actual like mass transit.
Well, then choose your words better.
It's Edmonton. We don't actually have like underground subways or anything like that. We just have. So, yeah.
No, but my brother-in-law is building your. Well, he came in to work on your above your rail system, the light rail.
Oh yeah, our light rail kind of sucks, unfortunately.
I know. He came in to try and fix the project. Apparently, the previous contractor screwed up some concrete pours, and you guys are about 2 years behind.
That does not surprise me. That's really how we run. We actually did a thing where we were maintaining an overpass, and they ordered the cheapest steel they could get, which came from China, and then it turned out that none of it was suitable. So, yeah, they had to like send all of it back and start over. So this is interesting. This is precisely why, pursuant to the letter agreement described below, Beast Investments has the right to terminate the entirety of the MrBeast Burger business, including the virtual restaurant, if MrBeast Burger materially and irreparably tarnishes MrBeast's reputation.
That's a nice clause. Wow.
That is a nice clause.
That's pretty cool. Good for you, Jimmy. Way to write that in, man. That's a good clause.
Well, the thing is this is a letter agreement. It doesn't say it's the contract. So I'm wondering, I want to see, is this like an exhibit? Because I'm wondering if this didn't make it into the contract, or if this is something that they're trying to hammer in. So, yeah. So upon learning of the significant criticisms and the devastating attacks on his personal brand and reputation, he immediately raised concerns with virtual dining concepts and sought to correct their failure to exercise adequate quality control over the product or business. But they've continued to use his brand, image, and likeness without his prior consent in connection with their relentless, irresponsible expansion across the globe. Now, I just want to mention, Canada is specifically called out as one of the places that MrBeast did not give permission to expand to. So I'm here in Canada, and I'm just ordering some MrBeast burgers. So I kind of feel like we've got evidence right here of this. So we'll see. So they entered into a letter agreement with set forth the foundation. I want to see this agreement. Where is the agreement? They also say the letter agreement is vague and ambiguous on this point. Plaintiff shall not quote directly from that agreement. However, it is available for the court's consideration, and defendants are aware of which provisions are at issue. Does this mean they didn't file the letter agreement, notwithstanding the fact that they're referencing it? That's a bad sign in a lawsuit. Like, if I'm suing Rob for breach of contract, I'm putting a contract in my suit. Like, that's going in there. Why are they hiding the contract? So they opened one brick and mortar location, but little attention was paid to brick and mortar. Now I'm wondering, because he said that the goal was not to compete with regular businesses, but wouldn't a brick and mortar location compete with the local businesses? This is... I'm starting to get some thoughts. So yeah. They say, in addition, even though MrBeast retained ownership and strict oversight over the use of his intellectual property, virtual dining concepts registered trademarks for MrBeast Burger in the European Union, Canada, Thailand, Singapore, Mexico, and Malaysia as part of its rapid global expansion without Beast investment, authorization, consent, or even knowledge, which was an indisputable breach of the parties' agreements. Pursuant to the endorsement, so all rights to the talent's attributes shall continue to be owned exclusively by licensor and licensed to the company pursuant to this agreement. Now I'm just looking to do a trademark search, Canadian trademark search. So, and Google is giving me grief, so I'm going over to Bing. Google's been doing this thing where it doesn't like my... it doesn't like my VPN, so I end up just going like, we'll have to use other options. I never thought I'd use Bing for anything, but thanks, Google. All right, so MrBeast Burger was the formatting that they used. Search. And MrBeast Burger, formalized and registered. So this is listed as applicant Beast Holdings LLC. That's interesting. So that's saying that it's held by Beast Holdings. Covers goods, clothing, T-shirts, etc., as well as food delivery, restaurant services. Whereas there's another one. Oh, this is interesting because there's two. Let me see if I can... Give me a second. I'm just going to pull this up so I can show everybody. This is actually really interesting to see what's going on in the Canadian trademark sphere here. So let me just try to pull this up because I am fascinated by this. Let me just pull this up. All right, so you can see here there's this formalized trademark and a registered trademark, and they cover the same class of things. Now, the formalized one is this one. So formalized, it's awaiting examination. It has been accepted and has not yet been assigned to an examiner, and the applicant is Beast Holdings LLC. Now, the other one that is registered is, boom, this one. Registered. So this trademark application has been registered with the office. It covers clothing as well as food delivery, etc. So the same stuff. But this one, the registrant is Virtual Dining Concepts LLC. So what it looks like is there is there's a battle going on. Virtual Dining Concepts got to the trademark first, And now Mr. Beast is coming in and saying, whoa, I'm registering this myself. And he's looking to kick virtual dining concept off of this trademark. Fascinating. So filed 2021, January 28th. Filed July 13th, 2022. This is real interesting. So there's going to be a whole case around around that. So that I think is going to be super interesting. All right, and let me just let's see. I'm trying to pull this back up again. Where is that? Huh? Where did I lose that? Nope. Why is this not showing up with what I needed to? All right, give me a second. I'm just fighting with all of this. Come on. Share screen. There we go. All right. Now we're back. So, so they say further, as they expanded, they used his name, brand, etc., which was a breach of the endorsement agreements. And they give us a quote from the endorsement agreement, which is different from the letter agreement. So we got multiple agreements, and we're seeing quotes here. All of MrBeast's attributes utilized under this agreement and all uses of talent's attributes shall be subject to the prior reasonable approval of licensor. In addition, all brand products, brand packaging materials, and materials and all uses of the materials which incorporate talent's attributes, which I'm assuming they define the attributes, shall also be subject to the prior reasonable approval of licensor. And such approval shall only be valid if given in advance and in writing. And I'm getting a call which might be about my burger. So 1 sec.
While Ian's on the phone, we can just continue talking about the fact that I blew up a pen the other day. Well, not didn't blow up a pen, blew up the blank. And now I have to strip it back down to the brass tube and see if I can salvage it. Oh, these things are so frustrating. So this is why Ian tells me to wear glasses. Because when a carbide blade hits that going 3,000 RPM, it sends those shards everywhere, which is why I wear glasses.
Sorry, so can you tell me again what happened?
I said that blew up.
The shop where I'm supposed to take the order is closed.
So the shop to get the order is closed, you're saying?
Yeah, it's closed. So I cannot take this order.
Okay.
And the name of the shop is the MrBeast Burger.
Yes. It should.
And it's closed.
So that's closed.
So now, it's closed. It's closed. Nobody inside. The door is locked. So I can't take the order.
Okay. I guess I'll have to figure out on my end what I can do about a refund.
Oh. Okay. So now I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's not his problem, dude.
Oh, so are you the person who ordered the food?
Yeah, I ordered the food, but
okay, I see.
It sounds like there's a customer service problem here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I will try to cancel and to explain.
Yeah, try to give that a cancel.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. All
right, so that's my MrBeast experience.
Didn't see that one coming. I didn't see that one coming. That's a surprise.
So I ordered the food, and he went to the place, and he says they're closed, and there's no one inside, and there's nothing going on. So I'm kind of feeling like MrBeast has got some fair points on the whole customer service thing.
That's pretty good. Didn't see that coming.
MrBeast, if you want to call me as a witness, I'm available.
No. If you're a witness, you're an expert witness because you're an attorney. So now you need to give him your rate. Like I would say 20,000 a day. Sounds about fair.
I mean, I would just do it for cover my travel expenses. That's it. That I was expecting a burger. Like I was expecting a burger.
Yeah, and fries.
So yeah, and fries and a Coke. But and I see people saying it's a civic holiday. Yes, but normally on DoorDash, when a restaurant is closed, it shows you that restaurant is closed. So yeah, yeah.
I would say you just made one of the points.
I just made one of their points. Unfortunately, because virtual dining concepts has failed to meaningfully ameliorate the serious issues in customer experience and product quality. I mean, I could
get someone. This is perfect. It's so perfect.
I'm just gonna say I don't hold MrBeast personally responsible because, yeah, I guess now we'll see if I can actually get the refund.
Now that's an interesting question.
Yeah, because so they've got Dasher waiting for your order. Now it won't actually let me cancel it at this point. So help, what? Cancel order. So it says that I can't get a refund. So I'm just gonna wait and see if he cancels it. Otherwise, I'm gonna wait for it to like sit for like 3 hours, and then I'll be like, hey, I can't get a refund because it's been 3 hours and I've got no food. But I feel like if this comes down to it, hopefully DoorDash will recognize that there's currently 1,700 live viewers. Yeah. And it's like, I got witnesses as to all of this. So, yeah. So because of all of this, MrBeast is seeking an order saying that they have the right to cancel this. So basically saying, we want out of this contract.
Yeah, not your order, the contract.
Yeah. In addition, defendants materially breached the express and implied provisions of the parties' agreement by damaging the brand, filing at least 6 international trademark registrations without any right to do so and without advance written approval. And I'm being told backstage here that I'm being told that we've got what is it? That in the UK, the virtual dining company has the registration, but in the US, MrBeast has his trademark. So, yeah, this is interesting. Failing to create a jointly owned entity with plaintiff as required by the letter agreement. That's a big deal. Creating advertisements without, securing written permission. Again, I mentioned why that's a big deal. So basically, it just looks like they were required to do a whole bunch of things, and they didn't do any of those things. Failure to transfer shares, which were required. Failure to pay. Consistently serving inedible food and providing incompetent service. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to say the food is inedible because it's literally imaginary in my case. Like, I just can't eat it. I just... like, because it's not here and it's not coming. But also,
great.
Yeah, I can imagine it was good. I'm being told I need to tag MrBeast and tweet about this, so I guess we'll do that.
You need to tag him, tweet about it, and say you tried to order on live stream, and then tag the video.
Doing live coverage of the MrBeast lawsuit on YouTube, and maybe I'll include a link. Give me a second while I just pull that up here. That is wild. That
Let me know if you tweet it, I'll retweet it and see if it can get traction.
That is wild. That
that just happened.
That just happened. So,
and you've got the DoorDash guy who was like, "The business is closed." Like, well, that's exactly one of the concerns.
Tried to order a MrBeast burger live on stream to see how this goes. Turns out I ordered turns out the business is closed. DoorDash driver was very confused. What's MrBeast's? Is it just MrBeast on that? So I'll tag him there. So service issues confirmed. So service issues alleged in the suit are confirmed. This what I put there, because yeah, that is that's crazy. So sending tweet, it is taking a while. I don't know why, but tweets have been taking like this ridiculous amount of time lately.
Give me a minute. I'll be back in a few. I'm gonna make a cocktail.
Sounds good. Ooh, now I'm wanting a cocktail. Yeah, I ordered a food and I didn't even get a brick. So first cause of action. Oh, and the driver mentioned that he didn't want to cancel it because if he does, then he doesn't get paid. And I don't want to cancel it because if I don't, then I don't get paid. So we are in a bit of a Mexican standoff here. I'm just pulling this up just to mention. DoorDash driver says he doesn't want to cancel because then he does not get paid. If I cancel, DoorDash policy says no refund because driver was dispatched. We have a Mexican standoff about whether I can get my money back. This is hilarious. So yeah, I feel like Virtual Dining Concepts is not doing their best work here. This is such a, oh man. I just didn't expect this. Somebody saying tag DoorDash this time. I did. All right. So he wants a declaratory judgment. He wants breach of contract. I think this is going to be where he wants money. What does he want? So, yeah, somebody in the chat was saying that he doesn't have any money or that he doesn't want any money. He is saying that he wants damages in excess of $10 million. So, yes, he does want money. I can say I don't have 10 million bucks. That's a lot of money, and he definitely wants 10 million bucks. So he is asking for money. Accounting. This is going to be he wants to go and look through their financial books for their money. Prayer for relief. What does he want? Declaratory judgment that he's out of the contract. Good. Accounting of revenues. He wants that. For preliminary and permanent injunctive relief to prevent defendants from engaging in any further use of his logo, etc. So he wants them to not do those things. That makes sense. It is back to preparing your order as opposed to Dasher waiting. So that's interesting. So I don't know what's going on there. They've said preparing your order. Does this mean I can cancel? No, if you cancel now, we cannot refund you. I'll just take a screenshot of that. Oops. Trying to click the don't cancel. Enjoy your food. Your food should arrive at 8:56 p.m. We will see about that. How was your support experience? Thumbs down. Oh, now it says picking up your order. Good luck with that. Now it says picking up your order. We'll see if that is actually true. I suspect I'm going to get delivered like a brick on my porch or through my window, maybe. I don't know how this is going. So, yeah. Awarding Beast Investments its share of royalty payments and further damages. So he just wants his money back. The money he was supposed to be paid. Compensatory damages. Award of costs. So we want his, any expenses as well as reasonable attorney fees. And pre and post judgment interest. And the usual of such other and further relief. All right. Are they just going to keep sending drivers to the closed location? It might be. I might be dealing with phone calls all night from drivers who just are like, I'm sorry, it's closed. So we'll see. This will be funny. I just don't know. So, there is another issue that came up. So the next response to all of this is, what is it? So we've got MrBeast has a minor problem. And I say a minor problem. The minor problem is not a really big deal. They've got an issue, but not a critical issue on this one. So this is order to show cause. So, what is it? So Mary Kay Viscosil, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I think it's Viscosil. District judge notes, this action was filed. Plaintiff asserts that court has subject matter to hear this under the thing because the parties are completely diverse from one another. The complaint, however, does not properly state the citizenship of the corporate parent of the plaintiff LLC or the defendant Virtual Holdings. Accordingly, it is hereby ordered that the plaintiffs are directed to show cause by August 15th, why this case should not be dismissed for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. So, if you watch the Brooks trial, you're probably tired of hearing subject matter jurisdiction. This issue is basically lawyers, you screwed up. You need to include a little bit, a little bit of further detail. But this is not going to be a big problem. They're just going to amend that and fix it, and it's going to be all good. So don't think that this is a big deal. The reason why I bring this up is that I have actually seen I've seen some news stories reporting, jurisdiction problem in MrBeast lawsuit. This isn't a problem. They're going to fix this. They're going to amend this, and it's not going to be a big deal. So, yeah. Now, I'm just looking. Are there exhibits? There are no exhibits. There's no letter. We'll have to wait for that letter to get filed, I guess, because hopefully they're doing that. So, all right. I see people saying hashtag nothing burger. That is funny. It is kind of a nothing burger in the most literal sense, but also not in its own way. So, and I'm just trying to see, what is it? This is pretty entertaining. Yeah, Ghost Kitchen equals Ghost Burger. It's this is pretty hilarious. Yeah, you just what can you do? And I saw somebody saying, what is it? I saw somebody saying like, "Hey, you should find out this guy's like contact information to send him money to." I mean, I don't really know how to do that, especially because in Canada we don't really have Venmo or anything like that, so I don't really know how I'd send him anything. Venmo doesn't exist here. For the people who are saying, there's somebody saying I should Venmo the Dasher some money. I'm not opposed to sending him some cash just to be like, hey, buddy, sorry, you shouldn't be out the money, but I don't know how. Yeah, it's a weird, weird thing there. All right, let's we will look at the countersuit, and then we will be past the spice time, and we can look at the letter. So, so this is the countersuit. Now, the countersuit isn't filed as a standard countersuit. They filed it as its own lawsuit. And the reason why they did that is because they filed in a different level of court, I believe. I'm just checking here. So the original thing is filed in District Court, Southern District of New York. The countersuit is filed in Supreme Court of the State of New York, County of New York. So, yeah. So now we've got this countersuit. To the above named defendants, you are hereby summoned to answer the complaint in this action. And I think Rob may have lost power. I'm just going to pull him out of the stream until he comes back because, yeah. So I see somebody saying Supreme Court is the basic court in New York. Okay, interesting. It looks like they're filed in different courts, but maybe they're not. I don't know. So they're being sued. Off we go. So to Beast Investments and Jimmy Donaldson. Now, I just want to note, because somebody in the chat said, hey, like, why did you dox Mr. Donaldson? And I'm just going to note, Beast Investments has the 740 Greenville Boulevard. Jimmy Donaldson has the 740. This is his corporate address. This is not his address. Hey, we're sorry. Your order from MrBeast Burger Canada was canceled because the store was reported to be closed and unable to fulfill your order. We've issued you a refund of monies to your original payment method. So, I have got the, what is it? They are returning my monies. So, I guess I won the standoff. So, and now it's trying to tell me that there are similar restaurants nearby. Sorry, there's just no substitute for the similar restaurants here. So, all right. Let's see. Complaint. So this is the countersuit. So Virtual Dining Concepts is now suing MrBeast. Here, I'll put that back up there. So they hereby allege as follows. And once again, we're going to have the overwrought introduction. And I see somebody saying that address is a UPS PO box. That makes sense, right? So this case is about a social media celebrity who believes his fame means that his word does not matter, that the facts do not matter, and that he can renege and breach his contractual obligations without consequence. He is mistaken. Duh, duh, duh. Like any party to a contract, Donaldson must be held to his word and held accountable for his contractual breaches and other misconduct, including, but not limited to, 1, failing to comply with contractual publicity and promotional obligations, 2, failing to publicly support the brand and in fact undermining it, 3, making untruthful or misleading statements, 4, denying access to and blocking jointly owned social media accounts. 5, making disparaging comments. Oh, disparaging comments. I think that they probably actually have a non-disparagement term, so that probably is actually a thing. 6, failing to form one or more jointly owned entities, which is actually one of the things that MrBeast was alleging about them. So 7, violating non-solicitation obligations. 8, breaching the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. 9, tortiously interfering with plaintiffs' contractual relationships. Interesting. And 10, tortiously interfering with plaintiffs' prospective business advantages, which they say as, upon information and belief, Donaldson is also evidently misappropriating plaintiffs' trade secrets in violation of New York law. Plaintiffs' investigation is ongoing, and plaintiffs expressly reserve their rights to amend and assert such violations at the appropriate time. Ooh, that's fun. I want to see about this trade secrets violation. All right. This wanton conduct, has caused plaintiffs to suffer enormous financial harm. Plaintiffs are pioneers of the virtual restaurant. The virtual restaurant allows brick-and-mortar restaurants to utilize their excess kitchen capacity to prepare delivery-only orders for online restaurant brands, and also to take orders that they can't deliver because the store is closed. So virtual restaurants operate from the same kitchen as traditional establishments and focus on menus that easily suit many restaurant kitchens without the need for new equipment. So, different court systems. Southern District of New York is trial court for federal court in Manhattan and the Bronx. Supreme Court is New York State Trial Court. Okay, gotcha. All right. So virtual restaurants rely heavily on third-party food delivery apps such as Uber Eats, DoorDash, Seamless, and Grubhub. So, yeah, where is their concerns here? So diners who were reluctant, this is again from COVID-19. We're just going to try to get to where they're actually upset with him, because there's 26 pages. We're not going to read all of them. This is, in an effort to grow this new business, they approached him as the face of a virtual restaurant brand in exchange for a share of the revenue and later a stake in the business. He was already one of the fastest growing digital creators globally, and having a loyal and extensive fan base by creating a genre of YouTube videos featuring elaborate stunts, and by creating a persona, inaccurately as it has turned out, suggesting that he's more interested in charity than profit. Ouch! They've just... Did you hear that? Did you hear that shot they took at him? With approximately 173 million reported subscribers, they gave him an extra million. As of August 2023, he is reportedly the most subscribed individual user on YouTube. Okay. So November 2020, designed to help or test and help launch MrBeast Burger, they did the one-day pop-up that was already mentioned. They gave away, or Donaldson and his 3 closest friends gave away free meals and prizes to thousands of Donaldson's fans. A line of cars outside the temporary brick-and-mortar location was so long, reportedly more than 20 miles, that police officers had to shut down the restaurant for disrupting traffic. Imagine being a restaurant that is so successful that you are a traffic hazard. Pursuant to the plaintiff's bargains, Donaldson thereafter posted a YouTube video featuring the pop-up event and announcing the launch of MrBeast Burger, which quickly became the #1 trending video on YouTube. MrBeast Burger landed in the top 5 most popular Google searches, and the MrBeast Burger mobile application became the most downloaded app on iTunes and Google Play. Weird. Okay. I'm just going to say, like, when I see a YouTuber, I don't normally think, like, man, I want to eat what they're preparing. And I say this as a guy with a hot sauce. So, yeah. Now, they get into some really interesting language here. The undeniably satisfying menu was an instant hit. Due to the overwhelming number of orders, restaurants routinely sold out following the brand's launch. Was it because of the undeniably satisfying menu, or was it because of MrBeast? I feel like MrBeast had more to do with that. Within 3 months after launching, it was apparent that the brand was an extraordinary success, and defendants continued to push plaintiffs to accelerate its growth. As the MrBeast burger business boomed, Donaldson and his licensing company, BI, schemed. They schemed to exploit their leverage and renege on their agreements in an effort to seek a better, more lucrative deal. For example, in an effort to pressure plaintiffs into transferring them part of their interest in MrBeast Burger, Donaldson bullied plaintiffs on social media and threatened to terminate the parties' agreements if plaintiffs did not accede to his demands. I mean, that is kind of how businesses go, but also, like, you got to realize he's got a social media following. He can push you around like that. So, in so doing, he fabricated a number of purported breaches of the parties' agreements, each of which was demonstrably false. I feel like these claims are getting into the danger zone where they might be able to start saying, hey, listen, we're going to seek additional costs because of how you're conducting the litigation there. So, yeah. For example, Donaldson latched on to various complaints about the burgers themselves as a breach of contract. It was not. There were some complaints about the burgers, as is customary for any burger restaurant, but those were relatively few in number compared to the overall number of burgers sold. I would like to see some numbers on this. Every restaurant gets periodic bad reviews, and every company that sells product to the public has unsatisfied customers. Yeah, but there's a difference between, like, unsatisfied customers and you served a dangerous burger. Because, like, raw burger is actually dangerous to people. So, yeah, that burger did not look like a safe burger to eat. The reality is that the overwhelming majority of customers were highly satisfied and the product was excellent. Oh my God, they're going to have to cook for the jurors. They're going to have to cook for the jurors. Oh, they're going to have to convince the jurors that this is delightful. Rob, I don't know if you can hear me on this. Wave your hands if you can hear me. Okay, but you are muted, just so you know. Okay, we got a nod. I think he's operating a power tool. So the jurors are going to end up eating this stuff. It's, yeah. And I see people saying that the chicken was scarier. I did see the chicken, but it's not in the lawsuit. So I see, I'm sure that'll be the one time they get it perfect. You bet they would get it get it perfect. So MrBeast Burger depended on the combined efforts of hundreds of restaurants cooking the same menu. Plaintiffs never cooked any of the brand products themselves, no kidding, but they rather put into place the underlying infrastructure using their restaurant industry expertise and business know-how. Plaintiffs are professionals with decades of restaurant business experience. Donaldson had no such background or experience. Donaldson did, however, offer fame and a massive global platform. But for Donaldson's opportunism, MrBeast Burger would have continued its explosive growth. But for his label on it, you wouldn't have earned a single dollar on this. But rather than being a responsible and mature business partner, Donaldson was determined to lever? Wouldn't it normally be leverage? Well, his fame and platform against plaintiffs. Despite the fact that plaintiffs put Donaldson into the food business, he decided to pressure them to sell all or a material portion of MrBeast Burger to him by using his massive online presence to sabotage the brand and plaintiff's business. Then why didn't you sue him before? Armed with his celebrity and many millions of followers, Donaldson disparaged the brand and plaintiffs in a slew of highly damaging social media posts, which were quickly amplified in numerous media outlets, just as he intended. For example, on or about June 8th, 2023, Donaldson posted the following on Twitter in reference to MrBeast Burger. And so they have a very poor quality screenshot of Twitter, which is now X. So is that going to cause them problems? But I feel like they could have gotten some more pixels in here. Maybe just a couple. Put out a bid for some extra pixels. So MrBeast, if I had to ability to close it, I'm guessing that was typed on a phone, I would have done so a long time ago, sadly. Sometimes when you're young, you sign shit deal. And then a frowny face. Oh, yes. And I should run this. Now, that doesn't seem like a really big slam on the business. He's just saying he's unhappy about the deal. And I'm guessing the reference is, I'm guessing that this was a discussion about like, hey, I ordered a raw burger. I feel like they should have included the context. If you want the court to take this seriously, you got to include the context. On or about June 16th, 2023, Donaldson tweeted in response to a follower's inquiry as to whether Donaldson will retire MrBeast Burger. Why would a follower be inquiring as to whether he will retire it? Oh, right, because it sucks. That's why that inquiry was happening. That's why they're shading the context here. I would if I could, but the company I partnered with won't let me stop, even though it's terrible for my brand. Young Beast signed a bad deal. Okay, I feel like the context on this one is going to hurt them later. Yeah. More recently, on or about July 20th, 2023, Donaldson tweeted in response to an apparently dissatisfied MrBeast Burger customer. What was he dissatisfied about? Did he get raw chicken? Yeah, it's impossible to guarantee the quality of orders with virtual restaurants. Hurts my soul to see orders messed up. Sadly, I can't get out of my deal with BB. Hence why I'm never giving up control of Feastables, so I can always do what's best for my fans. Harsh lesson to learn. Man, MrBeast sounds like a real dick in all of this, where he's concerned about his fans and upset about quality. They're backing up his suit. During his campaign to torpedo the brand, Donaldson nevertheless unwittingly conceded that he in fact had a deal. Yes, and he's alleging you breached it. Like, he doesn't say that there wasn't a contract. He's saying you breached it. Donaldson's baseless and unlawful disparagement had the intended effect. MrBeast Burger's reputation was materially damaged, if not destroyed. Customers abandoned the brand, and plaintiffs' hard-won relationships with vendors, partners, and suppliers were shattered, causing damages to plaintiffs that, according to the evidence and Donaldson's own statements regarding the value of MrBeast Burger, are in the 9-figure range. Guys, I can't even give you money right now. I tried real hard. Sadly, Donaldson's conduct has also damaged the bottom lines of hundreds of restaurants across the country and around the world. Now, was it his comments? Because his comments, he didn't actually shoot anything at the brand. It looked like he was responding to unhappy customers. So that would be the customers who were unhappy. As a result, plaintiffs are left with no choice but to bring this action to enforce their contractual rights and hold Donaldson and BI liable for their unlawful conduct. So, Plaintiff VDC is a Florida limited liability company with its principal place of business in Orlando, Florida. Plaintiff CVD, so VDC and CVD are basically the same sort of thing. It's a Florida limited liability company. So this bit about them being Florida companies, that's the jurisdiction problem that was issued. They just forgot to say that they're Florida companies. They'll fix that. Upon information and belief, defendant BI is a North Carolina limited liability company with its principal place in Greenville, North Carolina, which they're also alleging is an alter ego. They say that he's a resident of North Carolina. Cool. And basically, they're saying that all of this is, this court has personal and subject matter jurisdiction because they have an agreement that says that all disputes shall be initiated and conducted in New York. Yeah, jurisdiction is not usually a big deal. So, yeah. All right. As referenced above, plaintiffs specialize in linking pre-existing restaurant kitchens with virtual restaurant brands, which permits the pre-existing restaurants to make food for another brand while maintaining their own establishments. And I'm just going to note, usually when I see ghost kitchen out there, I assume that what I'm going to be getting is crap. Like usually when they say, hey, this is a ghost kitchen, I assume that what I'll be getting is just depressing. I will tell you these days that when I go and when I am looking at late night food options, if I see something that looks good, like, hey, this kind of wings look good, I'll look up and see if they're offered by other places. And if the same product is for sale at like 7 different places, I don't buy it because it's probably one of these virtual restaurants and I'm not a fan overall. So prior to his misconduct, over 1,500 MrBeast burger locations operated in 45 plus states in Washington, D.C., with approximately 200 plus locations internationally, which he says you never had permission to open, covering more than 10 countries and was expanding rapidly. Despite the overwhelming positive customer reaction and the sale of millions of MrBeast burger products, there were, as expected and is customary, occasional complaints regarding quality, timeliness of delivery, and /or wrong orders by customers. These complaints are similar in type and quantity to what one would expect on a routine basis with any restaurant. I don't know. Including the large and reputable restaurant chains that partnered with plaintiffs in preparing MrBeast burger products. I'm not sure when I've ever gotten a raw burger from McDonald's. I'm sure it's happened, but it doesn't seem to happen that often. In fact, there were a bunch of reviewers who ordered it and said that they got crap. So you would assume that some of these reviewers would get good stuff. Indeed, customer reviews of MrBeast burger met or exceeded industry averages, and the brand was overwhelmingly well received by the media and the general public and customers alike. You going to quote any of those reviews? By way of brief illustration only, in 2022, of the 2 million orders placed on DoorDash and Uber Eats alone, almost 70% of customer reviews included 5-star customer ratings. Now, I don't know how that... I don't know how that holds up because I'm just trying to look here in terms of I'm just pulling up a random because DoorDash has a bunch of different stuff. So I don't want to look at MrBeast. Let's look at there we go, Ramen Shop. Yes, the store is currently closed. I'm not planning on ordering from them. So they've got 1,100 ratings and a 4.8. So I'm just trying to see here. I mean, the vast majority of ratings are 5 stars. So I'm just trying to do the math on how you get to a 4.8 on 1,100. Yeah, and... you can't have 70% 5-star ratings and a 2-star average. Math doesn't work that way, so someone is lying. Yep, and I want to see who files which evidence. Because, I mean, if it's 30% at, 70% 5-star is not that good. That would be an average of, at best, 4.3. Yep. I don't know. So... and I see people saying, let's get to the letter. We will get to the letter soon. We're almost done this. We'll get to the letter real soon. So just Huh. So I know that this guy's a 25-year-old, so they've got the endorsement and services agreement, and they note Donaldson's mother executed the ESA as an authorized representative of BI and behalf of Donaldson personally, pursuant to a power of attorney. Huh. His mom actually signed that. Cool. But neither party was permitted to disparage the other. The ESA, the brand, their representatives, or their products or services. So there is a clause providing for that. The intellectual property developed for the brand would be jointly owned by CVD and BI. And the ESA provided for a 4-year term during which they would cause Donaldson to attend production sessions to create marketing material, attend personal appearances, provide ongoing social media support, author-approved quotes, and otherwise publicly support the brand. The letter agreement. Given the undeniable success, he negotiated to acquire an even greater interest in what he rightly concluded was an incredibly valuable venture. So, if it's such a valuable venture, why is he want out? On or about January 24th, they entered into a letter agreement which amended certain portions of the ESA, including extending the ESA's term indefinitely, contemplated the formation of one or more joint venture entities to own and operate the brand, agreed on opening MrBeast Burger brick and mortar restaurants, and required VDC to transfer stock in its business to BI. So defendants attempt to further procure an even greater stake. So they say that they attempted to retrade on the ESA and letter agreements to get an even greater share of the brand, which they say they rejected. So now they're saying that they're falsely being accused of breach. Frustrated by their inability to extract a deal more favorable, defendants' counsel sent a letter to plaintiffs fabricating several alleged breaches of the ESA and letter agreement. After touting and appreciating the brand's success, they falsely alleged that MrBeast Burger, based on select negative customer feedback, had materially and irreparably tarnished Donaldson's reputation. Yeah. This was patently false. As noted above, MrBeast Burger's reviews are overwhelmingly positive, and Donaldson's reputation had not been tarnished, much less materially or irreparably. Now, can someone do the math for me? If we have 1,100 reviews, and I'm just posting this in the chat, and a 4.8 star average, what percentage of those reviews has to be 5s in order to get a 4.8 average? I am not good at math. So if somebody can do that math for me, that would be fantastic. Because I just want to see how that goes. So, what is it? Indeed, Donaldson himself tweeted in July 2023 various metrics and statistics showing that during the period he claims to have been materially and irreparably tarnished, his social media exposure has drastically improved. Okay, but that doesn't still mean that he wasn't damaged. So he's the fastest growing TikTok channel from January to May, 15.5 million new followers. And that his Instagram has seen the most growth of all his social platforms this year. Not bad for the first half of 2023. Can't wait to see where he's at the end of 2023. Okay. In short, Donaldson himself has refuted, if not eviscerated, his claim that his reputation had been tarnished by plaintiffs or the brand, much less that it had been tarnished irreparably. So, and I see somebody saying it could be any number. I'm saying just assume that it's straight ones, right? Assume everything else is ones. So if it's all 5s and then 1s, how many at like, yeah, or I guess, no, I guess you'd have to assume the most 4s. I don't know. It's too late and I'm too sick to figure that out. Somebody's saying 880. So yeah, I don't know. Defendants next accused plaintiffs of filing international trademark registrations without their prior consent. This too was false. Defendants have always acknowledged that they have no ownership rights in any of Donaldson's intellectual property. However, the trademark applications were for MrBeast Burger and were therefore jointly owned by the parties pursuant to the ESA and letter agreement. Plaintiffs always intended to assign the trademarks to the parties' jointly owned company as per the letter agreement, but defendants willfully failed to finalize and blocked the necessary corporate paperwork to create that company. Plaintiffs remain ready, willing, and able to transfer those trademarks to a jointly owned company. This will be an interesting thing because it's really going to come down to what's in these agreements. And if these agreements aren't clear, yeah, we'll just have to see. And yes, I will do the letter opening soon. We're almost through this. So defendants, basically they're saying that defendants asserted that plaintiffs failed to create the jointly owned company. They're saying you prevented that, so that's why we didn't. So that's on you is basically their claim here. They say defendants falsely accused plaintiffs of failing to transfer shares, even though plaintiffs had already done so on or about March 28th, 2022. That'll be interesting because I want to see the proof of that. Because if they've got proof of that, then that makes MrBeast look real bad here. That looks real bad. In an April 5th, 2023 letter to defendants, plaintiffs spelled out these facts, rejecting defendants' baseless accusations and demanding that defendants rescind their assertion of breach or default and their purported right to terminate. Defendants hijack MrBeast Burger's social media accounts and knowingly and intentionally disparage and damage the brand and its business. Defendants refuse to withdraw their notice of breach and threat to terminate the parties' agreements. Instead, defendants resorted to gamesmanship and various bad acts to sabotage the MrBeast Burger venture in violation of the parties' agreements. So, on April 21st, 2023, they posted to the MrBeast Burger Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram accounts an announcement of MrBeast Burger's launch in Mexico and Ireland. Later that day, those posts were unexpectedly deleted by Donaldson's management team, which also changed the login credentials for the accounts, cutting off plaintiffs' access to them. As Donaldson well knew and knows, social media is the brand's primary and essential means of promotion and communicating with fans, customers, and potential customers. Given plaintiffs' inability to promote MrBeast Burger through the brand's social media accounts, sales declined and have continued to decline. But that was only the beginning. So, so I see 104.5 5-star and 55 4-star is a 4.8 average. Yeah. So it seems to me that they're doing a lot more than 70%. And that's just my local noodle shop. So on or about, they say that he took an improper and malicious online swipe at the brand. What is it? That's why I'm so now so focused on Feastables instead of Beast Burger. Virtual restaurants make it hard to guarantee the quality of the order. Feastables, I can actually be confident you'll get what you buy. Okay, that is a swipe at the brand. Fair. Ironically, MrBeast had no qualms about promoting Feastables, his chocolate brand, which has had material quality control issues, as evidenced by the following illustrative Amazon.com review calling the product terrible. I purchased 6 bags of non-returnable poop. Terrible does not even begin to describe them. They look nothing like the description. Absolutely no quality control. Later that same day, Donaldson again tweeted in reference to MrBeast Burger, if I had the ability to close it, I would have done so. We saw that one. So he knew and intended that these messages would cause irreparable harm to MrBeast Burger, and his misconduct continued. He perpetrated the rumor that the brand was closing, triggering widespread concern and confusion amongst customers, market partners, and vendors as to whether the business would continue to operate. So what does he say? MrBeast. I started MrBeast Burger to help restaurants make more cash during the pandemic, and it worked! ! But sadly, when working with 2,000 restaurants I don't own, it's impossible to guarantee the order quality. I'm moving on from MrBeast Burger so I can focus on Feastables and making snacks! ! Now, I just want to note here, they say, hey, we transferred it in the stocks. They didn't say, hey, we also paid him money. Why did they not say, hey, we paid him money? That seems like a thing to say. So when asked, does this mean you will retire MrBeast Burger? He said, I would if I could. We saw that one. So they continue going on about all of these tweets that they're looking at. Even though certain of these tweets were deleted, they were nonetheless memorialized forever in numerous online articles. Titled, MrBeast says he's moving on from MrBeast Burger. MrBeast announces end of MrBeast Burger. MrBeast has allegedly stepped back from MrBeast Burger. MrBeast steps back from MrBeast Burger, raising concerns about quality control and so forth. MrBeast wants out of MrBeast Burger. So, yeah. As he planned, the damage was done. So, breach of the ESA. This is going to be an issue of the non-disparagement clause and failing to attend important product sessions, personal appearances, ongoing social media support, etc. So they want to recover all its loss that they'll suffer, which they say is 9 figures. Letter agreement, breach of the letter agreement. And they say that they've complied with all of its obligations except to the extent that they were prevented, and they are therefore entitled to recover all losses. Breach of the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. This is sort of a catch-all provision, but basically it says that you can't kind of backstab people who you're in a deal with. It's more complicated than that, but I'm just kind of summarizing it here. So persuade customers to purchase food products other than that of MrBeast Burger. Pressure plaintiffs to alter the terms of their contractual relationships. So they also want all of their money. So this is fourth cause is the breach of the non-disparagement. So they're saying that plaintiffs had no adequate remedy at law, so they want an injunction. Fifth cause of action. They have established contractual relationships, and they're saying that him tweeting is wrecking those contractual relationships. Sixth cause of action. They have established contractual relationships with restaurants. So I'm just trying to see how this one is different. Yeah, they're also here saying that he's damaging those restaurants and that he intended to do so, or damaging those connections. Seventh cause of action is another breach of contract. Eighth is breach of the letter. And so they want all the money and injunctions. That's basically what they're asking for here. So this is going to be a huge thing there. Now I'm thinking I've got to go and order some. I got to go buy some Feastables, although I don't know where I'd get those. So, one review. Yes, one review. Whew. All right, let's.
I'm hungry.
I kind of am too, and I ate.
Talking about all the food.
Should I do super chats before the letter or after the letter? We'll
Before.
chat.
Do that. Catch up.
All right, let's catch up. And we'll swoop.
How loud is?
Sorry, I missed that.
Is the lathe loud? Can you hear it?
I can't hear the lathe if it's running.
Oh, good.
So that is actually really well done. So Nisa Howard, thank you for the new membership. Trisha G, thank you as well. Cherry C Mills, hope you're feeling better, Ian. 75%. You can see that I'm coughing and struggling a little bit, but I didn't want to miss another one because I missed 2 in a row. So Crazy by Proxy, evening, everyone. Evening. Gun Kit Canada, can you please explain the legality of binary triggers in Canada, Ian? The legality is easy. The answer is no. If it fires more than once with one pull of the trigger, then it is banned in Canada. So the binary triggers are banned. So don't buy one. Nicholas Staro's Trial Watch. Sometimes visiting remote islands exposes you to local viruses. Yes. Coach House Chambers. Hi, Ian. Hello. So K-Rab, people tried to pick my pocket in Rome and Barcelona. In Barcelona, they stepped between me and my 8-year-old. Bad luck for them. I was looking for that trick. Yep. Did you see that I got pickpocketed in London?
You didn't explain it, but yes, I did see that you did.
I'm going to explain it on stream here. Blue Smoke saying like a tobacco enema. Blue Smoke. Yes, we're talking about the Carbolic smoke ball. Casey Cat saying, so basically snake oil salesman. Yes, exactly so. Crazy Cat Queen. Hey, Ian, guess who's driving from Florida up to Pittsburgh this weekend to meet William Shatner, who's now my second favorite Canadian. That is awesome. He's also got to be like 800 years old now. Cool.
You got to be kidding that he could possibly be 800 years old. Because by my calculations, he has to be at least 725 years of age.
I see Nanner saying self-employed. Should I have my hubby fire me? I can't give you employment advice.
Especially in that realm.
Yes. Kristen M96 saying, glad you're back. We missed you. Feel better soonish. I'm trying. Vez from Quebec. I'm dying to know about the letter UTs. We're getting to it real soon. Sorry. Jan, mornings 6 months. I thought it was longer. Well, glad to have you. Willow, thank you very much for the super chat there. Much appreciated. Just Ginge, bet you could use a neti pot right now. I actually had that thought because my sinuses are all full of junk and I'm just like, man, that's some irony.
So it might be a letter that we write back, basically saying, hey, send it back.
I think he would tell me to go to hell.
Old country lawyer, or just a simple country lawyer in Edmonton, Canada needs it back.
I could buy another one. David Thomas sends 1111 appreciation. Thank you so much. It's much appreciated on my end. Pants, thanks on the Smith & Wesson Power Glide. This is my favorite knife, but seemingly off limits for no reason. I am not familiar with that specific knife, but I will have to check it out. Casey Cat poll is on the community page. That was with regards to the guessing as to what the letter is. Equality, I hope it's a nice thank you letter. I could use wholesomeness right now. That would be nice. Selena Rosara, I'm sorry I'm running late. Here's money for the chair fund. Certified mail is not always a legal document. I just sent something certified so I could have a tracking number. Fair. It would just make me a little nervous. Kristen M96, next season L&D Ghostblade pulls out an Arkansas toothpick.
I like that idea. Save that in the back pocket.
Yeah, I feel like he's got a collection. Lazarus, thank you very much for the membership there. Much appreciated. Paladin Phil, you mean you don't already have a sword cane? I don't. I want to find a good one, and that's hard. Vez from Quebec, is the Soul Stealer 3000 covered by the Second Amendment?
Yes.
I feel like that one might be a dangerous and unusual weapon.
No.
We've got Susan Ferrio with $9.99 for the sword carrying fund. Love it. I may have to do that. And I'm seeing my name was butchered. I'm sorry. JR, I accidentally shut down the Edmonton airport security and had the police called on me for having my pink sparkly Kubaton on my keys. My bad. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Those are not great things to carry around for a lot of reasons. New Zealand Butterfly Girl, thank you very much for the $10. They described the slung shot in the document you were reading. was described as a length of rope with a big knot at the end with a weight in the middle of the knot. Yep. Old Possum, thank you for the Monday night Think-a-thon. Have an awesome week. Thank you very much. I got a lot to catch up on here, including some really ridiculous lawsuits. Casey Cat, not only is MrBeast richer than God and give away millions every year, he's 25. Yeah.
That's the thing. Don't let's let this kid grow up and not bash him too. Think of what this kid could do when he's 40 or 50. Like if he keeps on this track. All the things that he could do. Can we not just bash him every freaking second?
I feel like if I had been given that much money at his age,
so many more bad decisions.
Oh, all the bad decisions. I would have, there's no way I'd be doing the stuff he's doing. I think he's, I probably would have built.
I don't know him, but I admire the hell out of what he does. A lot of what he does.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed by a bunch of it. So, and at his age, if somebody had given me that money, I probably would have spent that building a giant house shaped like a wang in front of the house of my opponents, of people who pissed me off, just so that they have to look at it every day out their front window. So Against the Tide, you are awesome. Wouldn't mod for you otherwise. Well, thank you so much, Against the Tide. You are fantastic. And also make sure to like, subscribe, and share. Absolutely. Whether it's good or not depends on the location of the ghost kitchen. Some are Red Robins, some are actual 7-Elevens or gas stations. That's a scary thought. Because, if the sushi that you're ordering is from a gas station, so Casey Cat, there was lots of actual raw and frozen chickens sent out in sandwiches. Yep. Ugh. Tony P for the legal defense if the label maker wins. Jillian Whelan, thank you very much for the YouTube membership there. And thank you for the member anniversary there, Rabbit. Much appreciated. Alan Fortenberry, cow patty stacks. That's a Allegan News marketing idea. Woodstack Daddy burgers.
Nope. Nope.
Jillian Whelan had to take a break for health, but delighted to be back with Runkle and Rob. Excellent. I feel like the stack business needs to be an oyster bar.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Pants for the burger fund. This was a great idea. That worked out hilariously. Ian, has anyone won the Roll of Law gold coins yet? Just curious. They're silver coins, and I still have them. So, no, not yet. I got to give some more clues because I haven't done a Roll of Law video in a bit because I got sick and I had to travel and all of that. So,
Ian, wait till you see this pen, man. Holy crap. Okay. Oh, my God.
And Ryan Man YYC is saying there's a reason Alberta remains rat-free. Hopefully it has nothing to do with MrBeast burgers in Alberta. I'd laugh if Ian ordered a food and gets a brick. I didn't even get a brick. Mountain Princess is saying hit the like button. Stuart Tamanaha, where is she who must be obeyed? She is, at this hour, she's probably downstairs reading or watching a show. Vez from Quebec, so much live action tonight. Wow. Yeah. New Zealand Butterfly Girl, you ordered a food but didn't even get a brick. Very bad service. Yep. I see not accepting orders in Calgary. That might say something. Tweet about this /tag Beast for sure. I just did. And yeah. So you ordered a food and didn't even get a brick from Nicole. That is correct.
That seems to be a very, very common thing.
Cat Feathers, thank you very much. And is it Celine or Selena? I'm not sure. I saw the thing saying that I mangled the name, and I hope I'm not mangling it. So let me know which it is, because I feel bad. But here's for your lack of food or brick. Well, thank you. Thankfully, they did refund, so that was much appreciated. Don't cancel your order. Eventually, DoorDash will give up trying to get food from a closed store and refund you. This was good advice. If not, notify them it wasn't delivered and they will refund you. Excellent. Yeah, they did eventually do a refund. Should have asked delivery driver for his Venmo or Cash App. Send him fee to cancel order. He did put in his time to get order. We don't have Venmo or Cash App here in Canada, so doesn't work that well. Rhineman YYC, Spice, 5 minutes. We are past the Spice time. Make it fast. We want the letter. That was a while ago. I will get to it as soon as we can here. Different court systems. Southern District of New York is trial court for federal court in Manhattan and the Bronx. Supreme Court is New York State trial court. If the intellectual property is jointly owned, how can MrBeast steal secrets? Aren't they jointly owned? So that's a good question. We'll have to see. I think that they're I think that they're saying that he's trying to set up his own food business, and therefore stealing their secrets to do that. So VDC has no kitchen inspections or quality control. Asking for problems with partnership brands, VDC will just hop from brand to brand and use ghost kitchens. Bad reviews will not attach to VDC or local restaurants. Yeah. I see 70-30 split for 5s and 1s is a 3.8 star rating, which would be terrible. 80% 5% and 20% 4s is a 4.8 average. Okay. Catherine Fraser, Civic Holiday in Canada and a Monday Fun Day. Absolutely. My kiddo says you're her favorite YouTuber. Hi. Hello, Kelly's Corners kiddo. Might be late there, but that is awesome. Why not a sandwich bar for snacks? Have I seen the new Baldur's Gate game?
Might work.
I haven't yet. I want to see it. So, yeah. No brick for you, says Boppet. All right. So we are caught up on the super chats, and now we... Oh, wait. I still have to do member gifts. So we'll be caught up in a moment. Angie Torres, thank you very much for 10 gifted memberships. And Chuck Wilson, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Angie Torres, thank you for another 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Equality, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. And Jan, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Casey Cat, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. And another 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Canonical Heat, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. And Lady Draconis, thank you for 10 gifted memberships here. Canonical Heat, thank you for another 10 gifted memberships. Or sorry, 20. Casey Cat, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. And Jan, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Angie Bobani, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Kas Tanian, not as a super chat or anything, but was asking question. Any update on the guy who wanted to carry a machine gun because he's a 10th generation Georgian or something? I am watching that case. They've got an extension on the filing, and they what is it? They are. I'm waiting for that filing, so I am eager to see because that guy is crazy. Runkle of the Bailey for the replay crew. Did you receive the crocheted items that Rob can tell you about in regards to language before the 2-hour mark? Not yet. So, yeah.
Were there F-bombs sent to you too?
I haven't got one yet, but there might be.
Crocheted F-bombs.
That is cool.
They're so amazing. I throw them all the time.
And Casey Cat, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Rabbit, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Rosebud, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Brentwood Chic, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Jillian Whelan, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Brentwood Chic, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Emma Z, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. And Lori Leaney, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. I see that our poll has 28% at cease and desist, 17% at is a snarky / hostile letter, 16% as a thank you, and 9% as a go F yourself, and 30% as a confused response. So let us see. All right. I see that some more super chats have come in, but people have been dying, so we are opening this. I don't need the knife. It's just glue. All right. There doesn't appear to be anything explosive in here.
Oh, come on.
It is on very nice letterhead. Practice concentrates in personal injury law, brain and spinal cord injuries, civil rights litigation. Cool. Via mail. Ari Nettipot. Okay, so he did identify what it was. Dear Ian, we are really enjoying the neti pot you sent me with the words, "I'm just a country lawyer." I've been saying that for years, so it's fun to have it memorialized. It is displayed prominently in my office. Thank you for taking the time and the interest to send this to me. Best wishes in all you do. Very truly yours, Robert B. Sykes. That's a really nice letter.
That's the coolest letter in the world. You need to frame that. You need to frame it. That is so cool.
That is a really nice letter. Now I'm thinking I need to send him something better.
I feel like you need to at least you need to clip the moment of you opening that. Like, that's a really cool letter. Attorney Sykes, you are a gentleman and a scholar.
That is a classy response.
Classy move.
I kind of want to make him something nicer now and send him that is a really gracious response, and I really want to send him something. That would be
find the spring.
Tell you what, if you can make him a nice pen, I can make him like a leather case for it. And we can send that on.
Great. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I think that would be that'd be a nice gesture, because I think that was really classy. And I didn't know. I thought that might come in and just say something like, "Dear sir, go F yourself." Because I mean, it's a joke gift, right? It's it's humorous, but there was any number of possibilities as to how he could respond. So I will give him points. That's he's a solid guy. So
all right, ready to see the pen?
Yes. Hold on. Let me embiggen. I need to embiggen the right way. That is a very pretty pen. That is a very pretty pen. And I love how fast you can turn those out. So that is awesome. And I see people saying maybe he really appreciate. I don't think he would have told me that he wasn't appreciating it if he wasn't. I suspect that they had a laugh at it, and then put it up on the wall, right? And put it up on a shelf just to say hey, this is
seeing that letter. I'm glad to hope that they had a laugh at it. You were nervous there for a second, that it would.
I was definitely nervous.
Yeah, that tells me that they had a good laugh. They chuckled over it, and he did. Because you have to imagine he probably received a bunch of letters, postcards, different things.
Well, and a bunch of them were probably really I mean, I get emails, and some of them are really nice, and some of them are straight up death threats, right?
Yeah.
So, I imagine he probably got some really weird correspondence, weirder than what I sent. So, yeah.
I found it. I totally dropped a spring.
Oh, I hate that. Because then you don't know where it is, and it's a spring. So if you step on it, then it's Yeah, and then you step on it and it's wrecked. You just can't fix that. So yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. It's one of my new favorites, I think.
And Airsick is saying, "Don't send anything more, or it'll look creepy." I don't know if it will.
No, the thing is with lawyers, the pen stuff, I have to admit, if I ever got a pen, that would have meaning no matter what. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, lawyers use pens all the time. So yeah. See, who on earth would give Runkle death threats? Believe it or not, it's mostly the anti-gun folks. So that is
they're very subtle about it too. It's like, well, wouldn't it be terrible if someone showed up at your place of business and had a firearm? You're like, well,
sometimes they're not that subtle. Like sometimes they're like, hey, I'm gonna come to your door and your guns won't protect you when I come to, and I'm like,
false. Do not test this proposition because my guns will certainly protect me.
You want to bet?
Because do not test this theory that you think in your head will work.
Well, and also like Mrs. Runkle is not to be messed with. She's not a gun person, but did you see my comment on Twitter?
Yes, I did. Did she split a log in half with her hands?
Like it's this little log, and
she's now like Bradley Thorin, like of TikTok and Instagram fame, like just splitting wood with her hands.
I was sitting there like, well, she's sitting there, and she was saying like we need more sort of kindling, and I'm going, well, okay, sure, but like we'll have to get that all set up and cut it. And she's like, crack, and I'm like, oh, the hell? She's like, it was already cracked, and then tears another piece off, and I'm like,
yeah,
that's just impressive as hell.
Yeah, well, and you're suddenly going, all right, so any thoughts that I had about ever leaving this woman, not that I would, but
oh no, we're not.
Ian,
the thing is,
I did something I have to tell you about. So I got googly eyes.
Oh God.
Can you see where I'm going with this in my shop?
Are you putting googly eyes on all of your tools?
Every power tool is going to have googly eyes. Every power tool. The table saw.
I love that.
The miter saw, the sander, the lathe. Every tool is going to have googly eyes.
That is amazing.
It's like a massive kit. There's like 200 of these things in here. Like, this is amazing.
And yeah, Captain America scene, but with Mrs. Runkle's. It was a smaller log because, like Captain America, that's huge. But like it was still pretty awesome. Oh, hey, Attorney Tom. That is good to see you. So
Tom, you texted. I have to text you back. I have not looked at my phone.
Yes,
for a while.
Talk to Attorney Tom.
I know. I haven't looked at my phone for about 3 days. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk about some. I guess I'll talk about the pickpocketing story now while I remember.
Yes.
So London has wonderful public transit, even though it's like super warm and super sweaty. The tube is great because you can travel to just about anywhere without having to, Oh, and somebody on your Discord is saying that, it's Halen is saying that you're going to have to get safety glasses for all your tools if you put eyes on them.
Not true, because look at the drill now.
That's lovely.
Come on, that's fantastic.
That is great.
Oh, this is the best idea I've ever had.
So, but one of the things they warn about is they're like, pickpockets and beggars are working at this location. Please be cautious or whatever. I forget how it, how it goes. But I'm just sitting there going like, okay, whatever. But you got to be a little bit concerned because when you're traveling, you're sitting there and you've got like your passport, you've got your wallet, you've got your phone. And if you lose any of those things when you're traveling, it's really hard to replace them and really, a big deal. So I'm walking along and I feel the pickpocket, like I feel the dip, where they go into the pocket, and I turn and I see the guy I see the guy leaving, but it's in a crowd, right? So I can't chase after this guy. He's already just gone. There's no way I'm going to catch up to him. And I'm like, fuck, because that pocket went from being full to just about empty. And I went, crap. What did I have in the what did I have in that pocket? And then I went and I did an inventory, and it's like, well, I've got my phone. I was actually like I was like 2 blocks from my hotel, so I walked to the hotel. I checked. I had my phone. I had my passport. I had my wallet, and I'm like, what could they have gotten? Now, keep in mind, I was wearing like a coat over top of my thing, and it was in one of the coat pockets. Well, I realized what it was. I had gone and stopped at Marks and Spencer's, and I went looking for a Colin the Caterpillar cake, and I couldn't find one. They didn't have any. What they did have was Colin the Caterpillar fruit sours. So I had those stuffed in my pocket. The pickpocket successfully stole a bag of Colin the Caterpillar fruit sours.
That's so adorable.
I'm just thinking the guy's like, got it, runs off, because that's what he did, is he grabs and then runs. And then later he checks and he's like, the fuck?
Yeah. To be honest, pickpocketing you, I would have at least thought of getting a firearm or something.
I was in the UK.
That's true. You're not having any of those in there legally.
So I went and had to buy a second bag of Colin the Caterpillar fruit sours.
How much did that run you back? $3? $4?
Like $2.
Yeah, that's really.
I'm just like, you are the least successful pickpocket today. But it's funny because I was protecting all of the things that were valuable. And yeah, that's the thing they grabbed, was the Colin the Caterpillar. And I was just like, wow, I feel like that is super dumb. So I was pleased that that's all it was. Somebody else was asking me to show off my multi-tool, because I went and bought a multi-tool. It's the Goat Tools. They're not a sponsor.
I mean, multi-tool
I kickstarted this because I was saying that I really wanted a multi-tool that does certain specific things, and then I saw on Kickstarter that they were making one, and I went, I want that. So here is the neat thing about this multi-tool, and I'm just gonna. So it's got all sorts of interesting attachments, including, say, this thing. And I actually think this is a great attachment. I wish that more multi-tools included something like this. This blade attachment just lets you put in an X-Acto blade. So it's real sharp, and you can replace it. So I really like that as a tool. But let's say I'm going somewhere where I don't need that, and instead I want something else. Like I want, I don't know.
Excuse me. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. That was in the microphone.
I want this file. I can actually open this thing up, pull off the X-Acto blade, toss it aside, put the file in, and now I've got the file attachment. It is really awesome. You
can go from like cutting people to filing your nails.
I can put in all sorts of things on this thing. They've got a serrated blade that I can toss in. They've got a, all sorts of things. So I can swap in whichever tools I think I really want at any particular time, and swap out the ones I don't think I want. So I really like this as a, as an idea.
Everyday carry.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna carry this around because it's a pretty good device. So,
Okay.
yep, that's kind of the long and short of that one. I really like the idea of this. I like what they're doing with it. Um, I got some backup blades, but the other thing is that it's really easy to like the attachment point for what a blade looks like is actually fairly simple. So, for instance, this is the sort of it's either a seatbelt cutter or a gut hook, depending on what you want to call it.
So
But
that looks like my. Wait, hold that up. That looks like my multi-tool. Like if I like, I've got right a demo saw.
yeah,
The demo saw has, and it's every demo saw has gone to this configuration where the blades are all that configuration.
yeah,
So every demo saw, no matter who makes it, can fit that configuration.
yeah.
Goes in, lock it in place.
I mean,
Sure.
this shape is sufficiently easy to cut that I could actually like I'm actually thinking I may make an attachment to fit this thing just out of stuff that I like pick up. I may like buy a I'm actually thinking I may buy a scalpel
Mm-hmm.
and convert the scalpel handle to have that same shape, and then I've got a scalpel that I can fit in.
Well,
So
that makes you sound like a serial killer.
I mean, do you know what a Havilon knife is?
Well, I'm just saying, like, you just said I want a scalpel in my everyday carry.
Scalpels are really useful though.
When you're trying
Like,
to cut out organs?
sometimes,
In general.
like I go hunting, and so
True.
I could set this thing up with like a knife, a gut hook, a scalpel.
All right.
It's
okay. I got you. I'm following now.
yeah, it's So I think that this is a great tool. I am really impressed by it. I gotta say, I've had really mixed luck with Kickstarter. Because sometimes you just go and you order something and it arrives and it's like, oh, that's garbage.
Do you find
But
a lot of them? Do you do a lot of those?
I do with them occasionally. When I see a Kickstarter for something where I'm like, I think this should exist in the world, then sure. I just kickstarted a board game, Coyote, the Coyote board game.
Did you see the news today? I was going to forward it to you. Wizards of the Coast.
Oh, their AI thing?
Their AI thing.
Yeah. That's gotten them into some trouble. People were unhappy.
Like, what's going to happen? Yeah, people are unhappy because it's like a number one tool for creating characters we can't imagine in our heads.
Well, it's that they've said, it's not that you can't use it like on your end. Like if you're like, hey, what can I make a ghost blade? That's fine because that's on your end. It's just that they're not going to use it for like published works. So to me, that makes perfect sense. And I mean, somebody was asking, is the knife sharp? It does. This one isn't super sharp because I've been messing around with it too much. I need to actually take it and put it on, but it's good enough. I'm going to sharpen it up a little bit more. But yeah, no,
That's a cardinal sin. If I go to your house, if I go to a friend's house and their knives are not sharp, that is now my focus.
So a friend of mine, friend since forever, I went to her house and her knives were in terrible shape, like just god awful.
Nope.
So I was like, I am taking these. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I am taking your knives and, give me every knife you could live without for a while. And she was like, what? So I took all of the knives, sharpened them up, And for some of them, it was like bringing them back from the dead because she'd actually had somebody.
The blade is so blunted. You have to
Oh.
reshape the curve. You have to go back to the actual grinder and regrind the primary hone. Like
One of her siblings had used them to cut chainmail links.
You freaking kidding me? There was okay. Wait,
There were like big gouges out of it. I actually I had to take the edge off that thing entirely and grind a new edge.
Nope.
It was just like it was just bringing it back from the dead. So
that is an offense that I will never, ever, ever understand. You have steel in your kitchen that is meant to cut things precisely. And if I go to pick up a knife and try to slice through a tomato or an onion, and I crush the tomato with your knife, and you're like, oh no, I use, and you pull out the bread knife with the serrated edge, and you're like, I use this to cut my tomatoes. So like, no. You are banned from the kitchen. You are not allowed to be in here. You will leave until I sharpen these knives.
Yeah, no, it's and sharp knives are way safer than blunt knives.
They are, because you don't push. You let the knife do the work. Same thing with like knives with and this is gonna sound, of course it is. Knives with a proper curve.
Yeah,
you have to have the right curve on a knife because you use that to rock while you're cutting vegetables or fruits. You rock the blade.
Different knives have different shapes, different whatever, and so forth.
God, the number of people I see that pull out a fucking paring knife for everything. They pull out a paring knife for every task. It's like they're cutting onions, paring knife. No.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and you develop preferences. Like, do you like Japanese style knives, or do you like do you like German style knives and so forth? So
which one is what's your favorite? I'm a German style. I like German style.
So my primary set is a set of Wusthof knives.
Yep, love them. Fantastic.
And
good steel.
They're great knives.
Hold an edge.
But I have some Japanese style ones as well. And a knife that I really like is I've got a cleaver that I bought. And having a good cleaver is really good for when you need one.
Yeah.
So like when you've got like a chicken and you're trying to take apart a chicken.
Oh, come on. That's just you're not sharpening your boning knife. You're neglecting your boning knife if that's the case.
I've got a boning knife. I just prefer the cleaver for that.
That's just I mean, I get it. That's quick. It's quick.
Yeah, and if you're just like, hey, I'm cooking, I need to spatchcock a chicken and get it done.
Yes. If you're quick, boom. If it's quick, yeah. Where's the knife I have? I have a knife I have to make a handle for. Where's this thing? It's like a Japanese style 9-inch chef's knife. And I have the blade. I just have to adhere the handle. I'll find it, but want to do that.
I've got to make some some handles for a couple of my knives because one of my dogs just or chewed on one of them. So
I need a knife guy. Do you have a guy that makes blades?
I have a couple of them. Can
they ship internationally?
I'm sure they can. So
I need someone to make blades. Can I tell them I want O2 steel or A2 steel or something? Can I give them the steel?
I'm sure you could.
Okay.
And somebody's saying, what is it, that they're vision impaired so they can't use knives? Something you got to learn, and I think this is a help if you're vision impaired as well, is the claw grip. Because the claw grip will save you a lot of fingertips.
Oh, yeah. Getting the right grip on the blade.
Yeah. Well, not just on the blade, but on the food. You've got the claw grip, so your fingers are in.
The claw.
So then when you're
Just
cutting
like,
fast,
oh.
you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not going to trim off your fingertip, and yeah. So, yeah. Let's talk about how to piss off a court,
Yes.
because that's fun.
No, it's not. It's not fun, but we can talk about it. When it's not me, it's fun.
Oh yeah, it's great when it's somebody else.
Yeah, when it's not me.
This is what is it? Mark H. Connor, judge, sending to Richard E. Schmeil, Esquire. And here's the letter. Dear Mr. Schmeil, the court is in possession of a letter you sent to the court dated July 22nd, 2023 in the above referenced case. At your request, you were excused as Pro Hac Vice counsel on July 21st, 2023. So Pro Hac Vice counsel is you are not authorized to practice in a particular state, but they give you temporary permission to practice in that state.
Yep.
So
you get training wheels. Someone watches you, you get training wheels.
Yeah. So at that point, yeah.
Example, Camille Vasquez was Pro Hac Vice.
Yeah, and she was doing a great job. Yeah. But this guy's not doing so great. This guy's not doing fantastic. So the judge continues, you have no authority to file anything in this case, and thus this filing could be considered the unauthorized practice of law.
Bad start.
That's a judge who's already pissed.
Bad start.
Your letter was clearly intended with disrespect to the court, which is consistent with your conduct throughout the case.
Yep. Go worse.
You're hereby instructed to inform any Delaware court of future filings for admission pro hac vice of your conduct in this case, so that the considering judge may confer with me.
Wait, what the hell is this underlying? Tell me you have the underlying filing.
I have the letter.
Oh, I need to see it. Okay, keep going.
Any further filings in this case by you will be referred to the Office of Disciplinary Conduct or Counsel for the unauthorized practice of law. It is so ordered.
Okay, tell me you have the letter. I need this letter now. I need it now.
I have the letter, and yeah, it's got some interesting stuff. Let's pull that up. All right, now we're gonna have to embiggen. So, dear Judge Connor, the defendant's opposition to plaintiff's motion for re-argument or for partial relief from order contains certain factual averments that plaintiff wished to correct for the record. A motion for leave to file supplemental memorandum to respond to defendant's opposition to plaintiff's motion for re-argument or for partial relief from order was prepared by Pro Hac Vice counsel Richard E. Schmeil and Michaela Rector on the afternoon of July 19, 2023. The motion was transmitted to Delaware counsel Heather A. Long, Esquire, for filing on Wednesday, July 19th. Ms. Long responded at 7:04 p.m. No, I will not be filing the motions and exhibits as prepared. I am not going to be in the office tomorrow and will be physically out of the office all day. I will return to the office Friday morning prior to our motion at noon. After receiving a personal request to file from Joseph Riyad, Ms. Long responded as follows. Joe, with all due respect, I am not filing this. There are substantive issues as well as form issues that are improper. You are on notice that you may not use my electronic signature for this pleading.
Oh, God. Okay. Keep going.
This pleading was sent to me today after hours in PDF format so that I couldn't edit this even if I wanted to. Your options are 1, hire new DE counsel to file this, or 2, fire me and file this pro se. So,
so great.
Yeah.
This is so great.
Oh, and it continues. It is troubling that either A, the Pronothary's office failed to advise you what Mr. Riyad was attempting to file, or B, You were so advised and chose to proceed with a ruling before receiving and considering that filing. Your July 20th, 2023 order reflects certain omissions concerning the efforts of the plaintiff to comply with your April 1st, 2023 order that may very well have impacted upon your commentary as to the last section of your June 22nd, 2023 order in your July 2023 order. Specifically, and this is him sending this to the judge, had you reviewed Exhibit A of the motion for leave to file supplemental memorandum, you would have learned of the email exchange between me and Kevin Connors pertaining to the materials provided from Eamon Beckett, which reflect no indication by Mr. Connors of any complaint of deficiency.
We are now reading a letter that was sent. This is now being said to the judge. Had you reviewed the exhibit?
Had you reviewed Exhibit A?
Okay. That's you know, if I were to choose a way to die, it wouldn't be this.
Oh, it continues. I hired Mr. Creamer, a certified public accountant with a well-respected accounting firm, after you expressed your dissatisfaction with Mr. Beckett's credentials and the lack of a company letterhead on his correspondence. He was paid $500 to assist us in obtaining confirmation of what both Mr. Riyad and Mr. Beckett had represented to the court, but which you considered inadequate. Had you reviewed Exhibit A, you would have learned that at Mr. Creamer's request, Joseph Riyad had provided Mr. Creamer with IRS Form 2848S for Riyad Holdings Incorporated, and Riyad Ranch, with the only tax identification number that he could, namely his social security number. Mr. Riyad could not provide EINs for these entities because none existed. On May 11th, 2023, we e-filed a copy of Mr. Creamer's May 5th, 2023 letter on his firm's letterhead, which stated that the Form 2428S signed by Mr. Riyad should have caused the production of IRS transcripts for Riyad Holdings Incorporated, and Riyad Ranch, if they existed, but they did not. You make no mention of that in your July 20th, 2023 order. Our review of Exhibit A would have informed you that the IRS mailed Joseph Riyad its responses on his Form 4506 requests on June 16, 2023, which he did not see until he returned to the United States from being out of the country on July 19, 2023. You would have been able to note that Mr. Connors received those documents on June 23, 2023. I mean, this is a bold way to just end your career.
You know what's going on in my head? The song "Dumb Ways to Die," so many dumb. But from a career standpoint,
yeah, it's a little crazy. Now, I thought about going over the Lizzo lawsuit, but I heard from a lot of people they're like, "We have had enough Lizzo," and that's fair. So instead, we're going to go over another stupid lawsuit that's going to make everybody hurt, because of course we're going to do that.
Wait, so is that the end? Has the judge issued anything? Is there anything happening? What's going to happen?
The judge is basically the judge sent that letter in response saying, like, your letter was clearly intended with disrespect, and therefore if you file anything else, I'm going to send you to the law, like to the bar for unauthorized practice of law.
I say you can't leave us in suspense like that.
Well, it's at this stage, it's basically if he files another thing, then he's in trouble.
So the judge has said, F around and find out.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. I'm for it. I love it.
Now I see some people asking for still a cop versus not a cop, no more stories. So we can pull one of those up because yeah. Some of them are real bad, unfortunately.
They're all real bad.
Real bad. So let me pull up. I mean, the RCMP just kind of suck out here. But all right, so let's pull one up here. This is the case of Constable Jason Kitzul. So let us play our intro here. That is
Game
the
show.
for the world's worst game show. I gotta do more on that intro to make that to put up like a title on it or something. But still a cop versus not a cop no more. So Constable Jason Kitzel. What are the allegations? Well, now it starts off with an application to admit similar fact evidence. I'm going to skim over that just by explaining what a similar fact case is. Similar fact evidence is where essentially they're saying we want to bring in evidence from a different case in on this case. And normally that would be incredibly improper because that's essentially character evidence or propensity evidence. The exception for similar fact evidence in Canada, at least, I don't know if they have it in the States, the same exception, but the exception is where the facts are so strikingly similar and so uniquely similar that you basically have to conclude that the person who did one thing had to have also done the second thing. So
we have something. Yeah, it's not that close, but yeah.
Yeah, so if you've got something like, let's say you've got a serial killer who always uses a croquet mallet and leaves behind a 3 of hearts at every scene, and also, draws a particular picture on every wall. And these details have not been released to the public. And so there's 4 killings that have happened with this pattern. And then they catch the guy in the middle of the 5th killing doing that. They're going to be able to bring in an application for similar fact evidence to say, this is so unique that the guy who did this one had to have done the other ones. Ooh, that's a shiny pen. Let's see if I can. It won't swap. So
It's fine. It's pretty.
It is a pretty pen. So that's similar fact evidence. Now, they tried to bring a similar fact evidence here because one of the allegations was that Constable Kitzel lit his common law partner's hair on fire.
Cool.
And so they wanted to bring in similar fact evidence that he lit a previous partner's hair on fire.
Well, that's a pattern. That's a pattern.
Well, they said that lighting people's hair on fire is not sufficiently unique for similar fact evidence.
You know what? I don't disagree. It's pretty.
I don't
ruling.
disagree either. I think it was the right ruling, but it's
Pretty
still kind of messed up.
I know, but I can see logically, and that's why the jury's not allowed to see it, because in my head, if I see that someone, wait, you lit the other person's hair on fire, but
I mean, this is like the old meme of if I had a quarter for every time this guy's lit someone's hair on fire, I'd have 50 cents, which is not a lot of money, but it's still weird that it happened twice. The number of people whose hair I've lit on fire remains at 0. So,
same.
Yeah. So, allegations. 7 allegations that he faced. Allegations 1. During the course of your relationship, you verbally abused and belittled Ms. DR by stating words to the effect of, she couldn't think for herself and could not make her own decisions, and she was overweight. And the second clause is, during the course of your relationship, you physically abused Ms. DR. More specifically, that you placed her in a headlock and that you used sufficient force to cause her to choke and cough. While attending at her residence during the Labor Day Classic weekend, you assaulted her by wrestling her to the ground and placing her arm behind her back, and did not release her until she stated words to the effect of, Jason is the king, which was sufficient to cause pain to her. And on another occasion, while playing darts in the basement of your residence with Ms. DR and her parents, between January and March 2018, you assaulted her by striking her buttocks and legs with various items such as a plastic hockey stick and plastic railway track. The level of force you used was sufficient to cause bruising to Miss DR. I'm just going to say, if you are into that and she's consenting, then that's fine. But it also would become less fine in front of her parents anyway. So, yes. And somebody's
Yeah,
saying,
what
are
an
they saying this is
asshole.
what the cop did? Yes. Now, I should just look here. They found certain findings were established. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 were established, and 7, 5, and 6 were not established.
What were
So
5 and 6? What was not established?
we can look at the ones that were not established. So you and Miss DR attended Miss DR's parents' residence in Pelican Landing for a social gathering, consumed alcohol and became intoxicated, struck her with her shoulder with a closed fist, and caused her pain, and thereby committed an assault. And allegation 6, while celebrating the results of your hunting expedition at your residence, Ms. DR arrived and informed you that she'd fell on the ice and hurt her wrist. You began experiencing hiccups, and she was teasing you about having hiccups and attempted/pretended to plug your nose with her hand. You grabbed her by her injured arm and twisted it all the way around, which caused her to scream in pain, caused her injury to worsen, and, committed an assault. Those are the ones they found didn't happen. But the spanking thing they found did. Allegation 2, this is one they found was established. Well in the basement at your residence, you shot Ms. DR, again, his romantic partner.
Wait. Shot?
With a BB gun.
What
Important classification.
dick.
Striking her hips and legs with sufficient force to cause bruising on her hip.
Wow, what a asshole.
On another occasion, she hid underneath the bar in the basement to avoid being shot by your BB gun. You began shooting the wall near her while waiting for her to come out of hiding. You eventually stopped shooting the wall and allowed her to come out of hiding. Your actions caused her to fear entering or exiting your basement, as she feared you would shoot her with your BB gun. A BB gun falls within the definition of weapon as provided by Section 2 of the Criminal Code. And most of the time, it actually falls within the definition of firearm in Canada. So, but yeah, they say assaulted her with a weapon. Allegation 3, again, consumed alcohol. Struck her twice in the ribs and once on the top of the head with a closed fist, and thereby committed assault. That one they found was established. Allegation 4, got intoxicated. His intoxication was described as a 9.5. You drove to your vehicle back to your residence. She followed you in her vehicle for some time. She said that your erratic driving included the following: all over the road, from one side to the other, across the line, everything. Like the gravel road was horrifying. He was on one side, and there's a slope on parts of the road and the highway you go off that side, you're rolling down the hill and stuff, but he was from white line to white line. So thereby operated a motor vehicle while impaired by alcohol. And as a result of that, he was charged for the impaired operation of a motor vehicle. Notice that he hasn't been charged, at least according to this, for the domestic violence. Right? Yeah. Allegation 7, while playing darts, she began texting on her cell phone. As she was texting, she saw a flash of light in her peripheral vision. The flash was caused by you lighting her hair on fire with a lighter. And by lighting her hair on fire, you committed an assault on her. Yeah.
I would agree.
That's definitely an assault.
I'd say that's a battery.
Yeah. Well, Canada doesn't recognize like battery other than in torts. But just as crimes, assault includes assault as well as battery. That's just the particulars of that. Yeah. This is yeah. So Yeah, when I was swearing Constable Kitsul in as a witness, I asked him to identify Constable Kitsul for the record by stating his name, rank, regimental number, and current posting. He said, I'm currently not able to identify myself as a police officer because of conditions, so I can tell you what my reg number was and what my ranking was at my last post, if that makes sense to you. That's part of my conditions. He was suspended, but they say that that this was not required. So they say that this demonstrated an inability or unreasonable refusal to respond promptly to the simplest of questions. Basically, they're saying that he was a weasel during his testimony.
Yeah.
So
not much weight to, though.
So that's the allegations. I'm not going to go through everything because they ultimately found that several of those were,
substantiated.
So he's still a cop versus not a cop no more. Do we have a bet here? Maybe I should put this down as a post or as a poll.
He's still a cop. He's still a cop. He's still a cop. He's suspended without pay, but he's still a cop.
So we'll just run a poll for a few minutes. All right, still a cop, not a cop.
He's still a freaking cop.
That is the safe bet. That's the usual answer is still a cop. So I'll let people have a few minutes to vote on that one.
This segment, Ian, is going to be my signing off for the evening because I have work in the morning, my friend.
Oh, yeah. It's got to be stupid late where you are.
Not stupid late, just late.
Yeah, no. Fair. It's like midnight, yeah?
Yeah.
Because, that's a ridiculous time when you got work in the morning. Oh, I'm going to have to wrap it up in a little bit here. I'm going to cover one more dumb lawsuit after this, but my sinuses are acting up, so
don't push yourself too hard, bud. So give me the poll. Give me the poll.
Let's see the poll. Poll says we got 90% as or 89% is still a cop.
Oh, God. I love the fact that so many people are just aware. Go on. What's the result?
So, the result of this one is actually going to surprise a lot of people.
No, not a cop?
That's conclusion or decision on conduct measures. We'll look at the, accordingly, I hereby direct Constable Kitsul to resign from the RCMP within 14 days. If Constable Kitsul fails to do so, I direct Constable Kitsul's dismissal. So not a cop no more.
Well, good. That's a good outcome.
However, he has 14 days to appeal. And I bet he's going to appeal.
Don't do it. Come on.
And while he appeals, it's going to be stayed. So he'll still be a cop while it's appealed. Here's the other thing. They mentioned specifically that he is that he was charged with the impaired driving. But they didn't say that he was charged with the domestic assault. And so if you're gonna beat your spouse, it seems like the best thing you can possibly do is be a police officer. The other thing is that they're allowing him to resign.
And not just cutting him and making him leave his pension and like the for cause termination.
Yeah. And, if he applies to another police force and if they don't do their diligence in looking, they'll see I resigned from the RCMP and now I applied at, this police force. And so he might end up as a cop near you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Fun.
yeah.
Oh, disaster.
All right, I'm gonna do a swoop, and then I will.
Wait,
What
before
is
you
it?
do swoop, I'm gonna say
Yes.
goodbye to your audience.
Yes.
Good night, folks. Thanks for hanging out in the shop. Thanks for being here on Monday. Thank you for hanging out with my friend Runkle. Please subscribe to him.
And subscribe to Rob if you're not already. I suspect just about everybody is, but
I like these
also-
Monday streams. They're a peaceful time for me in the shop. I like being here and listening in. Even if I'm not on screen, I'm always here listening. So I really want these to continue. So
I like I feel like Monday for a lot of people is a rough day, right? You're coming back from, it's the first day back at work for, I mean, right where I am, it's a long weekend, but for most people, it's often like the first day back at work. You're kind of going like, ugh. It's good to have something to pick people up. And we also have Trials of the Century in 2 days.
we do. I am.
I got to get some slides together.
Ginger beer all week. We're gonna work on slides. Yeah.
But, what is it? I also talked a bit about Carbolic smokeball today.
Oh my!
Did you see what's got Carbolic smokeball in the news?
No.
Elon Musk promised unlimited
I saw the money
unlimited
from
funding
lawsuits.
for anybody who's getting into
that.
a lawsuit. I'm like, yep. So that's a possible Carbolic smokeball moment, as somebody might sue him to say like, where's my legal fees?
Mm-hmm. We shall see. All right. Night out, my
All
friend.
right.
I'm heading out.
Good night.
Later.
All right. There we go. Joe Loy saying, as a London girl, I'm sorry you were mugged of your sweets. This is for your sweet fund. Don't tell your mother. Thank you so much. I'll cover the super chats here, and then I will swoop, and we'll cover one last very silly lawsuit. Trufflehound, defamation question. Can a simple question mark in a YouTube video title absolve you from defamation? E.g., shameful, Ian Runkle lying about his hot sauce. Maybe. I am not lying about my hot sauce. I'm having trouble getting it FDA approved or FDA acceptable for sending overseas. If I can't get that, sorted, then I will eventually. What is that? If I can't get that sorted, I'll eventually just start selling it to Canadians, which isn't ideal, but is what it is. So Jillian Whelan, Joe Lysette, comedian, literally set up an Uber Eats from a skip. I think that is the UK or Australian. I think that's a trash can, like a dumpster, and Uber Eats still delivered it. Ugh. Follow up: does the Dryzabone fit? It does. Thank you so much. It is fantastic. Also, I wore it out in like a downpour to test it, and it worked just fine. So, whoops, that simple country lawyer has serious class. Very nice response. Absolutely. I want to send him another letter just to say thank you. Mystic Hamster Cat, thank you for the membership there. Darlene A, thank you for the membership. Much appreciated. This time, send a note with the gift. Yeah, I should do that. I kind of chickened out. Funny how they are the violent ones talking about the anti-gun folks. Yep. Rob, where can I buy a pen from you? I don't think he sells the pens. Same as I don't sell my leather work except for the charity streams. So I feel like breaking into Ian's house is the definition of F around and find out. Kind of. We need more Mrs. Runkle. Mrs. Runkle is amazing, but she doesn't really want to be on streams. So, Rob, if you need tools, if your tools have eyes, they need names. I think that's a good idea. John Coman, now that it's spicy time, can you give an uncharacteristically profanity-laced rant about how you were denied a burger? It's okay to say no. Give me a second here. I'm probably not up to a full-on rant, because if I do a full-on rant, it's going to bring up all of the crap in my lungs that's trying to get out, which is, I'm going to want that out, but not midstream. So, soon. All right. L&L is hereby known as Rob the Builder. Oh, that is great. I'm going to have to get him something that says that. Amanda Lang, just testing the member chat. Hi, guys. Thank you. Hey, I use serrated for all the things. Get good knives. So, Maura van der Linden, I was giving my sister-in-law nice shooting knives as presents. Shooting knives are fantastic. Until I saw her using them to open boxes. No more nice knives for her. Oh, I don't own any shooting knives. My dad has a shooting knife that I really like. It is amazing, but I don't own any, and I just don't use them to open cardboard. Folks, if you don't know, cardboard is actually incredibly damaging to knives. It just really takes an edge off like nothing else. So don't use shooting knives for that kind of thing. It is a really bad idea. There's a reason why people who work in warehouses use like utility knives with replaceable blades. They just go through edges like nobody's business. Does that only apply for Americans? Can it still be sent to UK, Australia, New Zealand? I got to figure out where I can send them and what the rules are for that. So yeah. Knives are supposed to be sharp. Yes, super sharp. Learn something new every day. Joking. Maybe don't look at my knives. Go away. Points because they're pretty colors. The best knives should be like super, super sharp. That's really what, yeah. This is why sewing people protect their fabric scissors. Yeah. My mom, she, when I was a kid, cut our hair. She also sewed, and she had separate knives for hair cutting, for sewing, and then for like anything else. And if you used her hair cutting or her, her sewing knives or sewing scissors for anything other than those things, she would be very unhappy. So what is the teddy bear behind Runkle? There's two of them. One of them is a secret McSquirrel. And that was that belonged to Secret. That was given to her as a gift. And when she passed, it was given to me. Secret modded this channel, and she is very much missed. So that is there to remember and honor her. Because, yeah. The second one is it's a Stollery bear. And so it's for the Stollery Children's Hospital. They gave that to me as a sort of thank you after the last Extra Life stream, where we managed to raise over $50,000 for the Stollery Children's Hospital, and that is that I'm pretty proud of that overall. Like that, I think that's one of the coolest things I've been able to do in forever. So yeah, I am super proud of that one, and yeah, it's I'm hoping to be able to do so again, and if we can raise as much money as we did last year, they will actually put a plaque up for for that. So all right, I'm seeing I need to check signal. Oh yes, those are great knives, but they're not actually legal in Canada. They are great utility knives, though. Sadly, that brand is probably illegal where I am. I've got a whole video on that. So, when is the next charity stream? In November. So, I will try to get some more stuff out on that soon. Kelly Waller says, I still say it was Corey nabbing some sweets and protecting his crewmate. That's a nice thought. I like that. I like that thought. M169 says, sounds like that knife mix-up is as bad as using sewing scissors on anything other than fabric. Yep. I can confirm on the utility knife on cardboard. I go through one every other day. Yeah. That is, yeah. If people don't, sorry about that. Yeah, if people aren't aware, I was, I part of like the reason why I went to the UK was to attend Corey's funeral. So the actual funeral like videos and so forth, those I didn't take any pictures. I didn't take any video, because all of that belongs to Pixie. So she's going to be putting those videos out, and it was an honor to be there to send off our captain, and it's a tragic circumstance, but yeah. All right. I said a swoop and then one last case. So swoop. All right. Against the Tide, I will get you though. I'll get you the date as soon as I can here. So we've got here. This is in the United States of the District Court of the Southern District of New York. Gideon Rappaport, plaintiff, versus John Doe number 1, a Reddit.com user, John Doe number 2, a toplawschools.com user, and John Doe number 3, a current or former NYU law student. Individually, the defendants. So he's suing people who he doesn't know who they are yet. And, it's just going to be great when it starts out with Plaintiff Gideon Rappaport, plaintiff, pro se, complains and states to all as follows to all matters. Now, I'm just noting here, his email address is GideonRappaportLaw@outlook.com. So this is already a bad sign, because we've got somebody in the legal community filing something pro se. There are reasons why you might do it. I've done it myself, but it is often a bad sign. So, plaintiff is a former employee at Kirkland & Ellis LLP. Former is interesting. And a graduate of the New York University School of Law. He's a non-resident alien lawfully admitted to the United States. I wonder where he's from. So, defendant Does 1 through 3, upon information and belief, are former or current employees of Kirkland & Ellis LLP. All right. So, there's the jurisdiction thing. I'm going to skip over that, but this one is... Oh, I need to actually put this on the screen. There we go. Now it's on the screen. Sorry. All right, so a forged document, fabricated, and false claims are disseminated via anonymous internet posts. This is, So on or about July 30th, 2022, Does 1 through 3 conspired to and did perpetrate a libelous internet hoax and character assassination against the plaintiff, accompanied by a word-of-mouth slander campaign. These posts were made on Reddit.com and toplawschools.com. Okay. Defendants forged a document by affixing to it without proper authorization or permission to so, and outside the scope of their employment, the name of their employer, Kirkland & Ellis LLP, which had employed plaintiff at the same time as defendants. This document was in the style of a wanted or public enemy poster, as would be produced by law enforcement, and constituted of the aforementioned name, a corporate headshot-style photograph of the plaintiff obtained from an internal website created by the employer to facilitate social integration or interaction among employees, and the bolded and capitalized text, "Do not admit." A photograph of this forged document was presented as evidence in support of the false claims made in the accompanying libelous posts, which centered on the false and baseless assertion that the plaintiff was fired for sexual harassment and misconduct. In being so presented as evidence for the false claim, the photograph of the forged document was falsely asserted to have been taken at the guarded security gate at 601 Lexington Avenue, New York, when in fact it was staged in a cubicle of the kind that was assigned to summer associates at that address, as is plainly visible from the background captured on the forged document. Sir, this is not a forgery that I can see. This is just somebody making fun of you. Like, forgery is not what we're looking at here. Now, somebody managed to find this picture. Somebody managed to find this picture. So we're gonna have a look. So it just says, there's his picture. Do not admit Gideon Rappaport, Kirkland and Ellis. Now it doesn't look like this is saying that this is officially a Kirkland and Ellis production. This does not look like they're purporting that this is an official publication by Kirkland and Ellis. Instead, it looks like they are just saying, hey, we are, we're accusing this guy of, we're identifying where he works. Nobody is going to take this as an actual wanted poster. Sir, slow, like, this is just somebody doesn't like you and is throwing shit at you. Get over that. Okay, so that's how he starts out. It's gonna get worse. Some of his claims are actually not stupid, but yeah. Forgery identified and false claims are disproven by firm director of human resources. So on or about August 3rd, 2022, Lee Otis, the director of the James Kent Summer Academy, which plaintiff was expecting to attend that same day, spoke via telephone with Stephen Goldblatt, the director of human resources of Kirkland and Ellis. I'm just going to call him K&E, to ascertain the veracity of the claims made by the internet posts supported by that forged document. During the phone conversation, Mr. Goldblatt declared to Mrs. Otis that he and his department could locate no record of any allegation or complaint of sexual harassment or misconduct made against the plaintiff, and that they were aware of no such wrongful conduct by the plaintiff. Now, here's the thing. There might actually be a good claim for somebody's defaming me by claiming that I was dismissed for sexual harassment or misconduct. But you can't mix that in with BS. And that seems to be what they're doing here, is that they're mixing it in with some stuff that is just completely junk. Like, this forgery claim makes all of the rest of this look dumb. So Mr. Goldblatt also asserted in that call that he and his department could locate no record of any such document, as the forged document described in 7 Infra being created or issued by the firm. Well, no kidding. That's not an official document by, obviously. That they would not create a document like that the forged document was not currently displayed anywhere on the premises, and they had no knowledge of that document was ever displayed at the security gate or anywhere else. So I guess that they were saying that picture was posted, to say don't let him on the premises, I guess. Yeah. This provided sufficient proof to Mrs. Otis that the claims made by the anonymous internet post were false, resulting in authorization of plaintiff to participate in the program later that day. Okay, he's got people who are starting a defamatory internet campaign. That is a legitimate claim. Make that. Upon information and belief, on or about August 6th, after failing to obtain the removal of plaintiff from the James Kent Summer Academy, the initial anonymous internet posts that published the vast majority of the false claims were deleted or edited to remove all of their content except for the single period required by computer systems that do not allow users to completely empty posts of all text during an edit or to delete them. on or about August 8th, 2022. So basically, they removed all of those, posters. So, yeah. All right. Let's see. And I do have a Discord, but yeah. Let's see. Against the Tide can sort of give you a link to the Discord there. So, anonymous internet posts contain obsessive discussion of skewed personal details irrelevant to defamatory false claims. Although anonymous internet posts centered on the false assertion that the plaintiff was fired for sexual harassment and misconduct, the post digressed wildly into describing the purported personal opinions of the plaintiff as to the correctness of judicial opinions published by the United States Supreme Court during the summer of 2022. His habit of dressing relatively formally in the workplace by wearing at least a two-piece suit and a necktie every workday. Okay, I'm getting a feel for who this guy is. His stylistic choices in menswear, with a particular fixation on his occasional wearing of button suspenders. Weird. His rumored enthusiasm to participate in class discussions at law school, i.e., they said you're annoying. That's what that is. They said that you're an annoying gunner who won't shut up. So you weren't liked by your peers, is what this comes down to. His extracurricular activities at law school, his general political views, his invitations as a formal escort in the debutante ball circuit of New York City. What? Okay. His acceptance into exclusive social circles and private social clubs in Manhattan, and baseless speculation about his family life and circumstances. I want to see these posts. Yeah. By noticing, researching, recording, and compiling, and ultimately publishing all of these personal and irrelevant details in the anonymous internet posts, an obsessive state of mind is evidently manifest in defendants, in addition to the malicious state of mind manifest by the false claims and act of forgery in support of them. Okay, that's not actually a crime. The focus of the anonymous internet posts on the personal opinions about the law and political views alleged to be held by plaintiff also indicate an ideological or political motive for the attempted character assassination, specifically revolving around the opinion of the United States Supreme Court in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, which plaintiff was alleged to have celebrated. So they don't like his views on abortion, is what this comes down to. Although plaintiff believed that Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization was correctly decided, why does this matter? Okay. He did not celebrate it on or after June 24th, 2022 in the workplace, as was incorrectly alleged and emphasized in the anonymous internet post for multiple reasons. Plaintiff already believed in the veracity of credible rumors he personally received in early February 2022 that the opinion would turn out as it eventually did, and the widely reported leak of May 2nd, 2022 greatly supported that conclusion. Furthermore, plaintiff was not particularly interested in the Dobbs case and was still celebrating the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association Incorporated versus Bruin opinion that was published the day prior. Okay, I might have said just wouldn't it be weird to celebrate a court case? But no, he's saying he celebrates court cases. I'm just going to say, I'm a gun guy. I really like, I think Bruin's a great decision. I did not celebrate it. I didn't have a party about it. That's just weird. At most, I might open a can of beer about a case. Hey, that was a great decision. I'm going to crack open a beer. Yeah. Although I suppose that if we got a Bruin decision similar in Canada, that I might buy something more expensive. That one I might buy a $500 bottle of Scotch for just to celebrate. All right. So, it was also at this time that upon his reflection on the effective removal during the day prior of Paul Clement and Aaron Murphy from the firm, the two partners who had successfully litigated the Bruin case, who were personally known to plaintiff alongside some of the partners that orchestrated their effective removal, upon information and belief in breach of contract and assurances made to Clement and Murphy upon their joining the firm that they would be free to litigate cases at the Supreme Court of the United States on a side that some may find controversial, presumably due to the necessity of having at least two sides. Why is he telling us all of this? To every case or controversy in the adversarial system, it would be almost impossible to litigate any matter without someone finding the position of one side controversial. If this principle were uniformly applied, which plaintiff does not believe that it was or is, plaintiff decided that he would not want to continue his association with the firm after graduating law school. Jesus Christ, dude. Why? 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 I see. Or name your dog after your favorite case. I really like the case, but also Zora's just a good name. It's just a good name for a dog. Like, she's a Zora. That's it. But yes, I did kind of name my dog after a court case, so I suppose I can't complain. I will say, I mean, the only case I've really celebrated in a big way is I celebrated my Supreme Court win, but that was my win, right? That was me. Sorry, just a little bit of consumption. Yeah, I celebrated by I had a bottle of champagne and I went out to a nice restaurant. It wasn't a multi-day celebration. It was just, yeah. All right. Motive and timing of forged documents and defamatory internet posts. Upon information and belief, defendants solicited multiple women, summer associates, to file false complaints of sexual harassment or misconduct against plaintiff, but could not find one willing to do so. That's a hell of an information and belief. Like, I would want to back this up, not just upon information and belief. This necessitated that the character assassination rely on the creation of the forged document to obtain credibility beyond a mere anonymous internet post. Forged document. Yeah. Upon information and belief, defendants timed the publication and forwarding of the anonymous internet post very closely to the start of the James Kent Summer Academy in order to prevent the plaintiff's attendance at the latest possible time, so as to deny him the opportunity to marshal sufficient facts to prove the falsehood of the hoax and thereby cause him direct and specific injury. Maybe. I mean, that's plausible. Selection for the James Kent Summer Academy was listed in the plaintiff's resume that was provided to fellow employees by employer, and a public webpage provided the dates of the program for 2022. Okay. That is possible. All right. Further attacks and false complaints. Upon information and belief, again, one or more of the defendants who were enrolled at the New York University School of Law alongside the plaintiff filed or caused to be filed a false complaint to New York University under Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 of the Civil Rights Act in August of 2022, before classes for the academic year had begun. So, again, this is something that is worth a complaint, but he's making it in the worst possible way. This false complaint was made upon information and belief in order to provide cover and a degree of credibility for the failed and discredited attempt to assassinate the character and derail the career of plaintiff with the forged document and anonymous internet posts. Sorry, folks. This complaint is going to get so much worse, by the way. Upon information and belief, the goal of defendants in filing this false complaint was not only to prevent plaintiff from obtaining his JD in the following academic year and realizing any return from the investment of time and money in his legal education, but also to exclude him from the fora and social environments in which he may defend his reputation, repair the harm already done by the false and baseless claims made by defendant, and prevent future attacks. In other words, defendants had to get plaintiff out of sight so they could continue to assassinate his character after isolating him. Upon information and belief, the false Title IX complaints filed by defendants was so lacking in plausibility and or any allegation of wrongdoing that it did not meet the very low standard required to commence an investigation by the relevant authorities at the New York University. Again, this part is actually like he's got some legitimate claims here to proceed. It's just you needed a lawyer to trim out the bullshit on all of this. So, yeah. Plaintiff never received any official or unofficial notice of the false Title IX complaint from the administration or authorities of New York University because, upon information and belief, an investigation was never commenced. I.e., they got the complaint and they said, this is BS, and they threw it out. Okay. Upon information and belief, persons within the New York University administration were aware, absent any discussion or contact with plaintiff, of the false nature of the character assassination and anonymous internet post made by defendants, and correctly connected the initial attack against plaintiff in the context of the workplace with the subsequent attempt made at the law school. Okay, cool. People knew that he was being subject to bullshit. Plaintiff is unaware of any other complaint being made against him by anyone in any academic or educational institution, and to the best of his knowledge has never been the subject of any investigation for academic or sexual misconduct, nor is he engaged in any such conduct at any time. Good. Cool. Like that's fine. Upon information and belief, defendants chose for strategic reasons to not provide in the written internet posts any identifying information about the non-existent person or persons they falsely claimed plaintiff sexually harassed, and instead left this to the oral slander campaign. Providing any such identifying information published in writing would have made it easier for plaintiff to disprove the defamatory hoax by proving that no such person existed, because there had never even been any complaint, let alone any wrongful conduct. I mean, fair, but yeah. Upon information and belief in the oral slander campaign, defendants experimented with a few different fictional victim characters with a wide range of job descriptions, including personal assistant, secretary, legal assistant, paralegal, summer associate, and even partner. Defendants eventually chose to continue to orally promote the personal assistant sexual harassment hoax, and it is this version of the oral slander about him that plaintiff encounters most frequently across the United States and internationally. Internationally, sir. Yeah. Plaintiff has suffered, and I see the comment here. I mean, you're not wrong. I'm going to go and after this, once we get through this, I'm going to try to clear out my lungs and so forth. But yeah. Also, guys, when I said consumption, I'm joking. You know I'm joking, right? Yeah. All right. So plaintiff has suffered profound and far-reaching harm in his personal life, as well as a significant reduction in the apparent trajectory of his career, as the character assassination was performed during the critical time immediately preceding the final year of law school. Okay. Let's see how you back that up. Plaintiff has suffered severe emotional distress as a result of the defamatory hoax and character assassination made by him by defendants, including the subsequent failed attempt to have him suspended or removed from his law school. You know what? I actually think that would cause pretty severe emotional distress. I would be stressed as hell. So yeah. The forged document, anonymous internet post falsely claiming that plaintiff was fired for sexual harassment and misconduct, were meant to and do tend to injure plaintiff in his ability to practice his trade and profession. Also a fair statement. But we're going to get into why this guy is really you can sort of read between the lines that this guy is the most annoying person at law school and is, yeah. All right. Beyond the severe but diffuse harms arising from the forged document 79 infra, anonymous internet post 6 to 18 infra, subsequent false complaints made to remove him from law school, ongoing slander campaign, plaintiff suffered particular harm to his valued relationship with Professor Richard A. Epstein of New York University and the University of Chicago. I can tell you, Professor Richard A. Epstein is going to be super, super pissed. He's going to be so mad when he finds out that this exists. Like, just off the chain mad. So yeah, he's gonna be so pissed, and we'll see why. So yeah. All right, let's keep going here. Plaintiff had first encountered the lectures and works of Professor Epstein in the field of law and economics. Of course, it was law and economics. Of course, it's law and economics. Law and economics is so much of it is bullshit. Yeah. And it tends to appeal to a certain kind of, yeah. Oh, and I'm going to just say Professor E because YouTube will get upset because they'll think it's the wrong one. We're not talking about the one that had the island. We're talking about the guy at the law school. In the field of law and economics, on or about May 2009, due to his childhood interest in economics. I'm going to tell you, my childhood interests were not economics. They were things like dinosaurs and video games and what the heck? Okay, so these lectures and works encouraged in plaintiff an interest in law generally, the American system of government, Roman law, and the common law of the 18th to the late 19th centuries. Okay. It was at this time that plaintiff set the personal goal of gaining admission to the University of Chicago Law School, where Professor E was tenured at the time. From that time until the present, plaintiff has revered Professor E above all other living academics or intellectuals due to his brilliant mind, extraordinary intellectual breadth, consistent commitment to first principles, comprehensive legal theory, and kindness. Dude, you say that, but then you do this to him. So let's talk. On or about May 2013, plaintiff obtained special permission in his jurisdiction to study economics at the University of British Columbia. Hey, were you wondering what that Canadian tie-in is? Yeah. When he's a non-resident alien, this guy's Canadian. Dear United States, you can keep him. Prior to completing high school with a professor who was also a lawyer and incorporated law and economics into his courses. After completing high school, plaintiff went on to obtain special permission on or about December 2014 to take the upper level course of Roman law during his first full year as an undergraduate business student. Okay. After beginning his studies at the New York University School of Law, plaintiff met Professor E for the first time on or about September 10th, 2019. The appreciation of plaintiff for the professor would be increasingly reciprocated over the course of the years as plaintiff took constitutional law from Professor E and maintained a consistent interest in his lunch debates, academic works, and events. The opportunity to meet, discuss the law with, and take courses from Professor E represented the successful achievement of a major life aspiration for plaintiff. Okay. Upon information and belief, Professor E taught property in the fall 2022 term, in addition to the light 3-credit course he had initially planned to limit himself to for personal health reasons, which were eventually fully resolved. I don't know what his health reasons were, but yeah. In order to entice plaintiff to not go through with his plan to study abroad and/or at a different American law school for the 2022-2023 academic year due to the environment at law school, which plaintiff had shared with him in writing on or about April 13th, 2022. So he was saying that he's planning on going, abroad to study, and instead this professor lured him to stay. In early May 2022, Professor E called plaintiff and notified him that he would be teaching property in the fall in addition to the previously scheduled course, that he wanted plaintiff to take both courses from him, and that he wanted plaintiff to serve in the capacity of senior article editor on the Law Journal, for which he's the faculty advisor, the New York University Journal of Law and Liberty, to which the plaintiff had not applied. Plaintiff was deeply moved by these gestures, and for fear of disappointing Professor E, who at the time was suffering from health issues from which he eventually fully recovered, abandoned his plans to spend that academic year abroad and/or visiting elsewhere, and assumed the risk of remaining where he was threatened. Ooh, threatened. Now we're getting spicy. Plaintiff initially planned to spend this final year of law school abroad as an exchange student and/or a visiting student at a different law school in the United States, while still graduating from New York University, on account of an air of persecution and threats personally directed towards plaintiff. These threats, or targeted threats, were made against a background of rampant and unpunished anti-Semitism at the law school, including public and widely reported on calls for the destruction of the state of Israel, which is the country of birth of the plaintiff, and murder of the Jewish citizens that live within it, which would include close relatives of the plaintiff. These widely reported on public calls for the destruction of Israel and the murder of Jews were accompanied by public threats to students who would disagree with the antagonist or complain. Yeah, that hotbed of anti-Semitic violence, New York City. Okay. These public calls for genocide and threats against students at the law school who would express disagreement or complain brought no punishment for the antagonist, but did result in the shutting down of the email listserv sponsored by the law school on or about August 2022. Upon information and belief, the listserv was shut down due to concerns that continued publication of anti-Semitic calls to genocide and threats against particular Jewish students in a school-sponsored forum, which the school was for some reason unwilling to punish, would clearly violate the consent order entered into on or about September 30th, which the university entered into to settle a lawsuit brought up by the federal government under Title IX, alleging failure to punish racially and religiously motivated abuse of Jewish students. Okay, so it's I just don't know why all this is in here, because if he's actually going after the people for that, then he's going to need to tie it to these three people. Plaintiff was already warned and sincerely believed in early May 2022 when he spoke with Professor E that something terrible would happen to him if he would return to New York University in the 2022-2023 academic year, and that he would also be in danger during his period of summer employment in New York City prior to the start of the academic year. The danger. Plaintiff accepted this danger, which he believed carried a serious risk of preventing him from completing his legal education, because Professor E had requested his presence at the law school that upcoming year, and he believed that shirking his duty to Professor E in the law school in the face of danger would be a moral failure. Moral failure. Okay. This guy needs to get to the freaking point. Yeah. Especially considering the value opportunity he had received to study under Professor E at the New York University School of Law, which is reputed to be an elite law school, and that he strove for that opportunity for approximately half of his life. Sir, you're super young. Half your life is like 15 minutes. Plaintiff understood that beyond his help as a loyal staff member on his law journal and a student, Professor E also wanted his contribution as an informal teaching assistant to help him with the full and mandatory property class he had undertaken to teach. Okay. Having chosen this course of action, plaintiff resolved to personally suffer the consequences of any harm that would come his way. Oh my God. I hate this guy so much. and that if he were somehow prevented from completing his legal education, as defendants would eventually unsuccessfully attempt, as described in 23 to 25, he would join the bar without a law degree after office study pursuant to the rules of the Court of Appeals of New York. At this time, plaintiff believed, as a matter of personal faith, that events would transpire beyond his control, that the execution of the threats already made against him would lead him to his destiny, that it would be a good destiny if he remained fearless and maintained faith, and that through the adversity which was in store for him, he would obtain a clearer understanding of the truth of life and this world. Sir, I think that the way to properly sum this up is to pull this down and your destiny, sir. All right. Yeah. The early concerns about the era of persecution and threats directed towards plaintiff described in 38 to 43 unfortunately proved to be well-founded, as seen in the cause of action arising from the forged document, etc., etc., etc. Plaintiff never requested help from Professor E in obtaining a federal clerkship in the United States out of concerns of conscience, specifically that self-interest or the appearance of it would limit or change his genuine appreciation for an intellectual relationship with his favorite professor. Upon information and belief, Professor E has successfully recommended hundreds of law students to federal clerkships, and during the October term of 2022, successfully recommended 4 former students to clerkships at the Supreme Court of the United States, thus representing 4 of 36 positions. Plaintiff maintained a belief that help from Professor E in the aspiration to serve as a clerk for a federal judge would be volunteered if it would be deserved. Okay. Following plaintiff's first year of law school, Professor E repeatedly offered and promised to help plaintiff obtain a federal clerkship, assured him that he was eminently qualified and that the best efforts would be made even for the most difficult feeder clerkships. During one such conversation on this topic, on or about the late January 2022, plaintiff shared that beyond the moral satisfaction of public service and associated professional prestige, he also desired the valuable experience and intellectual development because it could be used by him at some distant date in service of the law and the public from the bench. Again, yeah. Professor E told plaintiff that he had sufficient talent and intellectual breadth to one day serve as a strong federal appellate judge if he'd be willing to suffer a significant decrease in income and the abusive confirmation process. Plaintiff responded that he was not particularly materialistic so as to be concerned with the predicated sacrifice of income and was already used to extraordinary public abuse at law school. Muffin. Muffin. Yeah. And then, here's where things get ridiculous. Yeah. Plaintiff then lamented to Professor E that on account of the time of his birth, he could not have the opportunity to be publicly attacked and moralized to on the subject of women's rights by a drunk who drowned a woman by driving his car off a bridge and continued his next day as if nothing happened, and integrity by Senator Joe 10% for the big guy bribe him, as Justice Thomas was in October 1991. Why the are you putting this in a court filing? Are you high? Like, my God, why are you putting this in a court filing? Professor E assured plaintiff that his generation and the generation immediately preceding it would also produce miscreant politicians capable of creating similar irony. Professor E is probably pretty pissed at this, right? If you're Professor E on this one, you're really not happy about him putting all of this into a filing that is now going to get mocked by people on the internet. It's me. I'm people on the internet, and I am mocking this. Although plaintiff never requested any help in obtaining a federal clerkship from Professor E, plaintiff did notify him of his desire to clerk for the Supreme Court of Canada. God, no. God, no. And participate in the James Kent Summer Academy, and a letter of recommendation was offered in both cases. I'm just going to say, this lawsuit is probably not going to do anything. Oh, hey, dude, advertising stuff. You can have a timeout. Yeah, this is not that kind of topic, and YouTube doesn't really appreciate that. So, yeet. Yeah, you can have a timeout, and if you're going to keep doing that, you can just get removed. So, all right. So, what is it? Upon information and belief, the letter written by Professor E to the James Kent Summer Academy was the most enthusiastic and impressive letter ever received by the program. Okay. Plaintiff was also invited to apply for the Bradley Fellowship, which required a vision statement that was tendered by the applicant. After the publication of the defamatory materials and filing of false claims, and on or about August 9th, 2022, in an exceptionally one-sided phone call, oh, Jesus Christ, during which plaintiff hardly spoke and did not raise any objections or disagreement, Professor E declared to plaintiff that he decided that as a result of the recent shipwreck, i.e. that this guy is turning into a giant drama fire, and despite the forgery and falsity of the allegations, that plaintiff will not have a federal clerkship, will not serve as senior article editor of the Journal of Law and Liberty, and that he will limit his association with plaintiff because of his tsuris, which means trouble in Yiddish. That plaintiff is a tax upon people who associate with him, and that if he has any complaints, he should hire a psychiatrist to complain to if he does not have one already. I.e., Professor E discovered that this guy is hated by his peers and is a giant nuisance and annoyance, and went, I want nothing more to do with you. Holy crap, I didn't know that you were this kind of headache. And I love this comment. I just love this. If you have any complaints, you should hire a psychiatrist if you don't have one already. Like, dude, you are crazy. You are just nuts. A tax upon people who associate with him. That is oh my God. Like, Professor E has some shade. Professor E can drop the hammer. Yeah. Perhaps as a planned consolation. Jesus Christ, dude. You don't need to theorize about everything here. Professor E then continued to inform plaintiff that although his vision statement for the Bradley Fellowship was the best he'd ever read, had the piercing insight and sweeping intellectual breadth that exemplifies the plaintiff's abilities. Sir, I have doubts. Press F to doubt. F to doubt. All the doubt. This guy's got a little bit of an ego, and I think that he tends to take any compliment and inflate it to the greatest degree. Yeah. He and was more than what could be expected, even from a junior member of a faculty on tenure track at a good law school. He believed that it was not beneficial for the fellowship to be associated with the plaintiff, even considering the forgery and falsity of the defamatory allegations, and that the motive for the defamation was the holding of the plaintiff of similar beliefs and values as championed by the fellowship. It's also just that you're probably just annoying as fuck. Sorry. The monetary value of the fellowship was $5,000, with greater value in prestige. Professor E concluded by telling plaintiff that he was the most fearless man he'd ever met. And it is unclear if this is meant as a compliment. Let me clear this up for you, sir. It was not. Like, based on the rest of this conversation, that was not a compliment. We'll just tidy that little misconception up. At the time, plaintiff found humor in the dry, awkwardly placed, and overly serious monologue delivered by Professor. Why are you saying this? Why are you saying this? Why? Why is this in a court filing? What is wrong with you? Awkwardly paced or overly serious monologue delivered by Professor E. Enjoyed hearing him make use of his limited Yiddish vocabulary, pronounced in his iconic Brooklyn accent. Did he call you a schmuck? Because I'm calling you a schmuck. Saw the amusing irony in referring a law student focused on tax law as a tax himself. I'm glad you saw the irony there. I'm glad you saw that. And wondered if such one-sided monologues were similar in kind to the biographically accepted stories about how Justice Douglas would calmly inform his wives of divorce after summoning them to Goose Prairie, Washington State, or rural Oregon, and before ridding them from his cabin into the wilderness. Dude. Why are you putting that in there? What is the point of this? And yes, this does sound like it was written by someone on the spectrum. And I don't mean that as an insult to people on the spectrum, because most people on the spectrum don't do this. But it does kind of ring of a certain lack of social awareness. This guy, I think, needs better supports and not the court here. So, yeah, I don't know what he's doing here and why, but I hope he stops. That's really what it comes down to. All right. Now we get, is he trying to flex his knowledge in a court filing? He is. That is exactly what he's doing. He's telling us that, that he knows these things. I am so smart is really what what he's saying here is. I am the smartest because I know these things. And it's like, the smarter person is the person who can read the freaking room, which is not you. Plaintiff initially believed that the sudden change in his treatment by Professor E was a temporary precautionary measure in case of further publicity, and a teaching moment to help plaintiff understand the importance of not being the subject of controversy, which the plaintiff accepted as a good lesson, as well as a reaction to the controversy raised thus far. Like, this is a guy who seems to have annoyed his classmates to the point that they hated him so much that they wanted to take him out, and, like, he just kept going. Grab a clue, dude. Grab a clue. All right. Although Professor E is keen to vehemently disagree about ideas and hold intellectual positions that are radical in comparison to the mainstream of the academy, he is highly averse to interpersonal conflict and controversy on non-ideological matters. Okay, why are you throwing him under the bus, talking about, like, where does this go? What is the point of all of this? Plaintiff was reluctant to believe that Professor E would throw him under the bus because of a hoax that was proven to be false and based on a forged document, and which could not even hold up for a week, especially when the clear motive for the tortious behavior of defendants was in part political and ideological. Again, sir, it's not because of the hoax. It's because you're hated by all the colleagues and you are a drama farm. Upon information and belief, a major part of the reason for why plaintiff was targeted in the first place was plaintiff sharing values and associating himself with Professor E, such as by organizing in mid-June 2022 a lunch with fellow employees who were keen to meet the famous professor whose academic work they had each encountered in multiple courses during law school. Okay. In the fall of 2022, plaintiff attended the 2 courses he had previously been requested to stay at the law school for Professor E, and over the course of approximately 1 month during his typical after-class conversations and walks with the professor, dude is very much like, dude, you're being a lost puppy. That doesn't mean that you're necessarily his best friend. This is kind of weird, right? How much time he's spending there and how much he's got this association there. Plaintiff waited for him to express any change in his priorly assumed position or regret at his treatment of plaintiff. Surely he's going to change his mind and see how much he loves. I mean, yeah. Plaintiff did not believe that he needed the help and support of Professor E to succeed or obtain what he wanted in life, and was not motivated by the narrow self-interest of wanting career help. Okay, then why was that all you talked about for the last 10 minutes? Instead, plaintiff found it important to reestablish a good relationship with Professor E, as he was the main intellectual influence on plaintiff, who aspired to represent the ideas and values of Professor E and one day continue his intellectual work and advance it in new directions according to the perspective, abilities, and best efforts of the plaintiff. Yeah. Over the course of this month, plaintiff tried to delicately communicate to Professor E that the defamatory materials were a primarily ideologically driven attack. I'm sure he was real delicate about this. Like, I'm sure he wasn't annoying as fuck. That the professor had a generational gap in understanding the persecution that young people with his ideas face, in part due to being a tenured law professor since approximately 1973. Yeah, I'm sure he loved hearing about the gaps in his knowledge and his inability to understand the suffering of this wanker. That being attacked for unapologetically holding unpopular beliefs is not a shipwreck, and that plaintiff was subject to relatively extraordinary attack for the same reasons of talent and ideological commitment that caused the professor to so enthusiastically support him before. They're not attacking you because of your talent, dude. They're attacking you because of your wankerism. Those are different things, right? You get that, right? So, and now we get into some real fun. After waiting for and encouraging any showing to the contrary by Professor E for approximately 1 month, so he's been like annoying the hell out of him for a month, plaintiff became forced to accept that he'd been betrayed and kicked while already down by someone he had revered for so long and who had been such a profound teacher, causing immense emotional distress far in excess of the broad effects of the other wrongs committed against plaintiff by defendants. Dude, you're not suing Professor E. Did you forget who you were suing? Because we haven't heard shit about the people you're actually suing in like 76 paragraphs. And we're only on paragraph 54. Yeah. Who, like, okay, you're butthurt. You're feeling betrayed. You're, like, when you have a messy breakup, maybe you should just get a new girlfriend and, like, this is really reading like this guy would be showing up on her, on her yard with a boombox going, "I still love you," and she's like, We have a restraining order. Get off my lawn. I am calling the cops, and turning on the sprinkler and loading the shotgun. Yeah. So, on or about September 28th, 2022, plaintiff raised the issue with Professor E in his office at the New York University School of Law. You know this is going to go well, right? And it became clear to plaintiff that Professor E would not admit to any wrongdoing or mistake in this matter. He still thinks you're an annoying douche. He's like, yep, I'm 100% correct about that. Plaintiff then told Professor E that even if he will teach for many years to come, he will not have another student like the plaintiff. That because of his moral failure, he does not deserve to have plaintiff as a student, and that he betrayed his most devoted and innocent student to protect the image of his own legacy in a manner that will probably backfire. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And I'm just going to say, Professor E was probably sitting there hearing, you know, if I will teach for many years to come and not have another student like you, thank freaking God. Thank God. Like, praise to whatever deities you believe in, because you don't deserve to have a student like me, and you've betrayed your most devoted and innocent student. Go to hell, sir. Go to hell. Like, seriously. So, how does Professor E respond? Upon hearing this, Professor E became extremely agitated and uncharacteristically screamed at the plaintiff to get out of his office. No shit, he did. No shit. As plaintiff was leaving, Professor E told plaintiff that he has no idea what betrayal is and was shameless. To which the plaintiff responded that on account of the age and health of Professor E, plaintiff had been very restrained and waiting approximately 1 month for him to do the right thing on his own, while being provided with ample opportunities to do so, especially in light of how he's the author of a torts case book that covers defamation. Yeah, I'm sure that went over well. Like, this guy thinks he is he thinks he's some charming orator here. No, sir, you are an incel-ish douchebag. Like, and I don't know if he's actually an incel, but it really screams like that kind of entitlement and whatever else. This was the first and only time the plaintiff has ever heard Professor Ian scream in anger. You know how many times I've had a professor scream at me in anger? 0. Yeah. Subsequently, plaintiff would avoid and hardly ever speak to Professor E, except in unavoidable circumstances when a simple greeting was expected, such as when meeting in close proximity at a speaker event. No kidding, right? Professor E would occasionally glare at plaintiff with an uncharacteristic, piercing look of intense hate. Sir, I can explain that. He was glaring at you with an uncharacteristic, piercing look of intense hate because he hates you. Because you suck. Like, you're wondering why all of your colleagues hate you? Well, this is your behavior. Like, you suck. And people hate you because you suck. Maybe you should stop sucking. Or, like, turn down the knob on how much of a knob you're being. So, plaintiff noticed this glare from the corner of his eye and was deeply unsettled to see it linger for several seconds, even after he turned to look directly at Professor E. Yeah, you noticed it because he wanted you to know that he hates you. Like, he hates you because you were a dick and said very deeply hurtful things to his face. That's what happens when you do that. Like, if I call up somebody and I'm like, hey, you have betrayed everything you stand for and you are a traitor and, whatever else, they're not going to like me anymore. So, plaintiff received further long and unsettling glares a few other times at speaker events, also attended by the professor when he was engaged in positive social interactions with other people, while ignoring Professor E for the duration of a particular event. Again, he still hates you, right? So, had plaintiff received such hateful and intense glares from a younger man, he may have feared imminent physical attack. Dude, he's like, the only reason I didn't think he was going to hit me is because he's too old. Like, come on. Why are you putting this in a filing? Oh, my God. And if from a man capable of or inclined to malice, which plaintiff believes that Professor E is not, he may have feared a vendetta of some kind. Oh, Jesus. Plaintiff had never seen Professor E look at anyone else with such hate. Yeah, it's because he hates you more than anyone else. Although he did come approximately halfway in the case of a speaker who was defending the morality and constitutionality of the contemporary federal administrative state. Why are you throwing that in? Oh. The next time the plaintiff communicated with Professor E, again, who are you suing, sir? Is it Professor E? Because if it's not Professor E, then we don't need all of this shit. Well, after the conclusion of the fall term, on or about February 3rd, was to wish him in writing a good outcome on a major surgery he was about to undergo and did not receive a response. Hey, dude, he hopes I don't die. Well, I can't say the feeling is mutual, so I'm just not going to respond. Professor next saw and briefly spoke with Professor E at the Journal of Law and Liberty Symposium on February 8th, 2023, in order to express support for him before his imminent surgery. During the dinner hosted after the symposium, plaintiff was seated in a table adjacent to that of Professor E, and upon the return of Professor E from the speaking platform at the front of the room, noticed that his chair, which was of a folding type that did not provide support unless it was fully locked open, was not so locked open. Ooh, the plot thickens. Apparently, since when he rose from his seat previously to speak. Plaintiff then locked open the chair for Professor E, who had not noticed this, in order to avert his injury. Professor E then loudly announced, in the presence of approximately 20 students affiliated with the journal, several distinguished law professors from New York University and elsewhere, and 2 Federal Court of Appeals judges, that was all plaintiff was good for. Professor E dropping the shade. Oh my God. Oh, at least you're good for something. You can lock a chair open. At the conclusion of the dinner, guests either left the group or moved together to socialize at a nearby bar, which had a floor reserved for the symposium crowd. Plaintiff was joining the group heading to the bar when he saw Professor E alone in the hallway of the law school and asked him if he was going to join the group. Hey, dude who just insulted the hell out of me by dropping a sick burn in front of all of our peers, are you going to come hang out with us at the bar? And Professor E responded that he was going home. Oh, jeez. Plaintiff then offered to walk with him to the subway on account of it being very late and then set out with him. I'm sure he really appreciated that. There was a feeling that it was time to let bygones be bygones, especially considering the imminent surgery and that plaintiff would be completing law school in a few months, and the past was not spoken. A feeling? A feeling? He probably just wanted to let you be gone, not so much bygones be bygones. Subsequently, plaintiff would attempt to review his property exam with Professor E for 4 months. Hey, you screwed up my exam. And would continuously be ignored in this matter after repeatedly attempting to contact both of Professor E's assistants and him personally regarding the exam. If you haven't clued in, he's not letting bygones be bygones. He still freaking hates you. Eventually, the request was partially granted when plaintiff was given the raw text of his submissions without any grading markings and a few top-scoring exams to compare with. Go away. We are not meeting. I hate you. You are creepy. Stop freaking following me. Plaintiff believes that his numbered exam was identified by his distinctive writing style and frequent citations of Professor E's own works and theories. Creepy, dude. And marked down far beneath the grade deserved. Plaintiff has read Professor E's major works cover to cover, as well as every Supreme Court or appellate brief signed by Professor E that is in the public record. Creepy, dude. You are that's obsessive. And you realize that this guy who you're saying you're such a big fan of, you just publicly accused him of misconduct in his job. You do realize that, right? Like, the next time you meet him, he's going to have another of those glares for you. And it's going to be even more high intensity. Upon information and belief, Professor E often bases exam questions on cases he has litigated himself or filed amicus briefs for both intentionally in some cases and unconsciously in others. Dude, why? Plaintiff developed the ability to resolve these questions by relating the law generally and the legal briefs of Professor E to his more theoretical writings in books and law review articles on the same topics, while providing plaintiff's own analysis and critiques of the law and scholarship of Professor E as original contributions derived from his contemplation of the former materials. Yeah. Although still being ignored on the matter of the property exam at that time, plaintiff wished to, in writing for Professor E to have a happy birthday on or about April 10th, 2023, and was pleased to be subsequently be invited to the celebration of his 80th at the Yale Club of Manhattan on or about April 13th, organized as a conference on classical liberalism with 10 speakers on 2 panels and designated speaking slots after each panel for Professor E to comment on the panels. There was no hostility or glaring during the combined birthday party and law conference. I'm wondering if his invitation came from Professor E or if it was just people were generally invited to the conference. I would have been looking into a restraining order or something else. The events which transpired have led to significant emotional distress and suffering for the plaintiff, including by causing him to have deep concerns that even if he were able to someday have an academic career fractionally as successful as Professor E, or otherwise rise significantly in the world, that something, perhaps a selfish concern with prestige, legacy accumulating after tenure, or material comfort, would cause him to have an equivalent moral failure of betraying a loyal and innocent student such as plaintiff. Plaintiff believes that when much is given, much is required, and witnessing such an action by someone so revered turned his understanding of the moral order of the world upside down. He's got significant emotional distress that he might betray somebody the way he was betrayed. Oh my God, dude. Stop breathing. Stop writing. Like, oh. Plaintiff lives according to and is motivated by moral code, which could be described as stoic, and he places honesty, integrity, and loyalty. I think it could be described as wankerism, and he places honesty, integrity, and loyalty in the pursuit for greater justice according to natural law above material reward or punishment. And due to these convictions, suffered severe emotional distress from witnessing Professor E, an otherwise moral and exemplary man who benefits from tenure and great wealth, suffers such a profound moral failure resulting from the machinations of defendants in this matter, rise above principle, a phrase he often uses, to betray and kick a man who is already down. At least he finally brought defendants in. Like, defendants. I'd forgotten they exist. Like, oh God. Plaintiff also suffered severe emotional distress on account of the events which transpired described in previous paragraphs, leading to a crisis of faith and cultural identity for plaintiff. Specifically, this occurred due to the shock experienced in witnessing Professor E, a Jewish man born during the Holocaust, who upon information and belief overcame anti-Semitic quotas, was fortunate enough to attend the finest universities in the world, such as Columbia, Oxford, and Yale, and was invited to join the legal academy immediately after law school, discard, betray, and denigrate a young man who was so devoted to him and he knew to be innocent, as described in previous paragraphs. Yeah, do you think that a guy who was born during the Holocaust and overcame anti-Semitic quotas might not have the strongest regard for your belief that your students, like your peers, thinking you suck is the same kind of oppression? Like, this is the dude you felt that you could lecture to? All right, so defamation and defamation by implication. We already know why they're saying that there's defamation, but he's saying defendants acted with actual malice and a criminal state of mind consisting of the intent to harm plaintiff professionally through, among other things, forging and publishing the forged document and subsequent statements. I'm going to say, if I was hiring somebody and I heard that they had been accused of sexual harassment, I would dig into it and find out if that was the case. And if it turned out it wasn't, then okay, like, we'll move on and continue hiring if the guy's actually innocent. If I was looking to hire somebody and I found out that they'd filed this, I would not hire them. Like, I feel like this is itself a this it's in itself does more damage than I can imagine. So yeah, this guy is like if an ingrown toenail was a person. It's yeah, so defamation per se, fair enough. Like, you've laid out some grounds for that. Invasion of privacy / false light. So basically, he's saying that they dug into his personal details and presented it in a false light, in a way that was misleading. I think this claim is a little weaker, but it's not ridiculous. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. So that he just basically says for the reasons above. And so he wants, get this for his costs, get this for his damages. Presumed actual special and / or compensatory damages of $7 million. $7 million for economic loss and an amount to be proved in the trial for non-economic harms and losses. And I'm looking longingly at my 5-pound Berry King Mall. I am envious of your mall and thinking I might just need to drop it on my head to restart my synaptic activity. Yeah, I'm envious of that mall, by the way. Punitive damages. So, yeah, this guy thinks he's going to get $7 million. $7 million? Are you freaking kidding me? Punitive damages, the cost, disbursements, and expenses of this action, pre- and post-judgment interest on any sum of presumed actual, special, or compensatory damages, and such other relief as the court may deem just and proper. He demands trial by jury, and he indicates pro se. And then for some reason he's got a covenant and release where he is releasing Kirkland and Ellis LLP from any claims. I don't know why he's doing that. I guess he's just not trying to burn bridges with Kirkland and Ellis, even though he doesn't want to work there. Oh my God. Yeah, he wants $7 million from 3 John Does. He's never going to get that. He's never going to get that. So, oh my God, it's no extra lawyer. There was no extra lawyer involved in this. I'm pretty sure he took this and shopped it around to some lawyers, and they went, "We want nothing to do with this crap. What the hell?" Yeah. Any issues with Canada's first family failing legally? Not really. I mean, unless their divorce turns spicy, I don't see anything there. I don't think that they're going to end up taking their divorce into court in any way other than just like, filing a joint agreement, because they're not going to want to make it turn into a nightmare. Apple Silver. If someone caught SIF from a Lizzo banana, would that be considered an STD or food poisoning? Oh, God. Jillian Whelan. Ian, I recommend bed and a hot toddy / whiskey, lemon, cloves, hot water, honey, and a good shot of Irish whiskey. This will make you sleep and sweat out the germs. Hope you feel better soon. That is an excellent plan. M169, tell me you're a nerd without telling me you're a nerd. This is the nerd that other nerds were pushing into lockers. So, yeah. Cindy Elise, thank you very much for the member anniversary there. Much appreciated. Snoopykins, shouldn't you be asleep, Mr. Runkle? Soon. My workday just started. I just wanted to cover this one because it's ridiculous. This is giving serious Sheldon Cooper vibes. Yup. And Katarina Turner, thank you very much for the new membership there. Also, see, we've got Sandy, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Jillian Whelan, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Snoopykins, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Jeremy Morton, thank you for 10 gifted memberships, all of which are much appreciated. And yeah, I think that sort of wraps up our evening here. Honest question: how does someone to survive to adulthood being this punchable? I don't know what the I just don't know. So I saw a great suggestion in the chat, which is that this guy and Mark J. Blunt Esquire should form a law firm. Mark Blunt, the government is going to make a response in a few days, and so we are going to have to cover that once it comes in. Caitlin, I missed your question. Can you repeat your question there? So I want to repeat that, and I'll try to touch on it. Did you miss the Neti Pot letter? Yes, it's at about 2.5 hours in, I think. So Caitlin, I have an actual question, Ian. There we go. What does one expect as a result from Title IX discrimination and retaliation investigation suit? What does settlement versus trial actually look like when suing a person versus a school? In theory, a person and a school are kind of similar, but I mean, they're going to have different resources and so forth. I mean, really, you just bring your suit, you make your claims, you see what the court says, or you make a settlement, and you can come up with all sorts of things for settlements. So, all right, I am going to wind up here and probably have a scotch and settle things out. Try to clear my throat a little bit. I've been talking for a little bit too long, but I'm gonna go and yeah. See, he was an orphan, homeschooled in an abandoned warehouse and abandoned by wolves. I feel like this is what you get when you have a kid who's raised in the old like fur mother versus wire mother experiment, and he's the one who preferred the wire mother. So yeah. I hope he attaches this complaint to his resume so where he applies knows how innocent and persecuted he is so they can burn his resume on site. I don't know that burning is enough. This might be something where you need not just fire, but also like an exorcism or something like that. Lieutenant Commander Gordon, hello from our pal downtown Toronto. We appreciate the work in the community. Well, hello and thank you. We will, thank you very much. It's much appreciated. There's a lot of fight left to go, unfortunately. So, Rosie, thank you very much for the super chat there. You rock. All right, I am going to hit the wrap up button here, and then I guess I will see you guys. See you guys next week. I got some videos I got to record too because there's a whole lot going on, but we will see those when we can. All right.